there. Oh, she's in there. She's in there. We did it. We did it. She's in there. Okay, so Dr. Correja's in there. Who else do we need to add to this tier list, guys? Who else are we adding to the tier list? Because we got Correja in there. When we gonna get John Wick is hilarious? Those movies are funny. Maybe soon. Maybe soon. Dr. Hogback, you're insane. Add Vivi and Yamato. I will add Vivi. I don't really know what Yamato would be doing raising this child, but I'll put Vivi in there. Sit down, I'm gonna need you to keep time. Come on, just tap, tap, tap your fingers for me. Good, good. Now we're making some progress. Come on, just tap, 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 ma. Sick. All right, so Vivi's in there. Who else do we need to be in there? I just got out of the ads and now I'm watching more, bruh. What's going on? Crocodile because he's already a mom? I don't know, because Mel's theory about how Crocodile could be the missing Amazon Law. That's a good one. Law. I like that. Thank you, bpiney_13. Thank you. That's a real good one. That's a real good one right there. God, I miss streaming. Law is a really good one. What the fuck? My dumbass typed law into Google. It just showed me a judge's courtroom, and I was like, I should probably be more specific. All right, so we're just doing shit now. Let's add the reasonable. Let's add the reasonable suggestions before we just start throwing our foxies in here, guys. Let's go see what Twitch is talking about. Let's see. The Yeti cool, bro. Twitch is bullshitting too. Carrot might be. Yeah, I'll put Carrot in there. No, because we need a Zoe one in general. I'm gonna have Carrot be like the Zoe representation, because that reindeer that Chopper probably wants to. It feels so. I was about to say something that felt gross. Like I was gonna say that reindeer that Chopper almost certainly wants to fuck on is there, but then I was like, that just feels wrong. That just feels gross. That feels so gross to say. And if Robin were here, she'd probably strangle me to death. So I didn't say that. I just want to clarify. I didn't say that. That was what I was gonna say. But I didn't say it. Shacky. Milky, was that her name? Let me add her first before any more of that nonsense. But yeah, my hard drive exploded or it just stopped working, whatever. So I haven't been able to stream for like a month. It's like, and then so that sucked because my whole dilemma was like, do I just replace that or do I build an entirely new PC? And I was going to do that until I realized I don't know how to build a PC. I thought it was like Legos, like you just put pieces together. It is not like Legos at all. And so I couldn't do it. My available until... It was just going to take too long, basically. But I do want to build a completely new PC, but until then I fixed the hard drive and then got a couple of other things, so that should be good. The main thing is I've just missed streaming so much, so I'm ready to jump back into a single player game. So I'm just uber excited. That's an ugly ass picture of her too. Like you can't really even tell. It's fine, whatever. It is what it is. So let's see. Dalton is a legit choice. Dalton. What y'all think about Dalton? Oh, I also want to. I see somebody in the YouTube. Isn't Chopper like 16 or 17? I want to get this. Let's go ahead and address this before we add Dalton or talk about anything else. Okay, so Chopper is like 16 or 17. Sure. That being said, does that matter? Are you really, when One Piece is over, do you really want to just set this child free, just let him roam free, no one with him at all. I think, even if he wants to go back to Zoe on his own, or if he wants to do something on his own, that's fine. I just really, for God's sake, let's send someone with him, for God's sake. That's all I'm saying. So when it's over, I think it's going to be a custody battle, because everybody loves Chopper. Everybody does. Okay? He was a member of the Foxy Pirates. Foxy deserves to be on here. That's frustratingly true. That is so frustratingly true. You're right. You got it. Let me go find Foxy, I guess. I thought y'all were just saying shit. I forgot that happened. Oh my God. Well, sorry, Chopper. That's so terrible. Like, that's so bad that there's even the chance of him getting on here. Like, because he would never do that. Like, are we doing the most realistic here, or... No, you're right. It's not more realistic. We're just doing who would be the best parents for Chopper. That's what we're doing. This child can turn into a gigantic Sasquatch monster capable of destroying marine battleships. Yeah, that guy... Yeah, you're right. Oh, too much. What's up, dude? And also, yeah, that's true. JD Legend does not love Chopper, actually. Should we put Jay on here? Should we put Jay in this tier list? I'm gonna put... Oh my God. I know how much he hates Chopper. Should we put Jay on this tier list, guys? Afro Luffy. You should add Big Mom. Jay gets his own tier. Yeah. There must be a hella delay on this new stream setup that I got. Okay, I'm seeing the yes. The guy from Fan Letter, Chopper's... The guy from Fan Letter, Chopper's fan. That's true. We could add him for real. Jay would get his own tier. Jay wouldn't even, like, the only reason... Because I'll put him on here, but the thing about that is... I would never, ever, ever send Chopper away from... Why does the picture... Bro, the picture they got that I pulled from literally just Google. Why is this what he is... Bro. This is about to be funny as hell. Hold on a second. All right, we need to fix these tiers then. We got best parent. We need like sort of best parent, medium best parent. Oh my God, they will kill him. And it's just like, why would you ever? Like, this is the meme like category. I guess we should add Big Mom. We should add Big Mom in here. We should do that. Put Oda himself. Oda would like that, actually. I don't know why I was about to say Oda wouldn't be about shit, but let me see. All right, so who are we grabbing? We need to grab, let's do Doctor. Well, wait a minute, he's dead. He can't be there. He literally can't be there. He's dead, right? Am I remembering? Yeah, he blew himself up. Because he got mushroom cancer or something, right? That happened. So he can't be his, he can't go back to him. Kureha, I'm going to say, is also like a stand-in for Dalton. But, but it is just who's the best parent. I'm going to stand firm on, but what's the point of putting Dalton in it? Dalton seems so like milquetoast, dude. Like I feel like he would be a good parent, but I just feel like if Chopper is on that island, why would he would just be with Kureha. Like that is what would happen. Do you think Chopper can talk to Laboon? If not, can Jinbei teach him? Robin and Jinbei would be awesome, mom and dad for Chopper. So what we should do, we should come, because I think that's true. Truman's, but I think that's true. What we should do is this is us trying to figure out individually who is the absolute best parent, and then everybody that's like under them, that's individually. Then after that, I think we should really do like who would be the best like as teams. You know what I mean? Like best like duos. Like they're duoing this parenting thing, you know? This is the good timeline. Did you shoot down bio parents? What do you mean? What you mean? Only alive characters? I want to see Marco up there. Huh. Marco, huh? That's not a I like that one. I like that one. The fake straw hats are not getting on here. Ivankov? Ooh, Ivankov. We could put Ivankov. So I've got Ivankov, and then what was the other one I just saw? My memory is shit today. Bartolomeo and the fake straw hats would be good. I'll put him up there, but yeah, you're right. There's so many Bartos, dude. All right. Let me here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do that. We're gonna put. You're right. I'm gonna do the fun thing to do, because this is about just having fun. We're gonna put Barto. Bartolomeo. I'm with my girl back home, and she don't love me no more. I'm motherfucker Mr. Fantastic. Did I fuck something up? Did I put in the one that... Am I tripping? I feel like I'm tripping. I'm not tripping. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's try this one. Did y'all see the new Superman and Fantastic Four? I'm not gonna say anything if y'all didn't, but all I am gonna say is peak cinema. That's all I'm gonna say. I had a great fucking time seeing those movies. I actually went back and forth debating on actually literally making a Superman video about how much I loved that fucking movie. It's literally just hope, like it's like a hope like mainlined into my fucking veins. It was so fucking cool. And Fantastic Four was cool too. Which sounds like I'm hoeing, but yeah. Bon Clay, I like that. Yeah, Bon Clay should be in here. I like that. CVR, good looks. Thank you for spamming that shit in the chat. I finally saw it. I like that. Thank you. I'm juggling I'm juggling between two chats. Sometimes it's hard, but I see you. This one's for you. Is Superman hilarious? It is, actually. All right, let me see. Yeah, let me get Bone Clay up in here. At first, I was against it because it's like, why would they ever? But then I realized, like, I'm thinking too much. Like, this is, I definitely don't think I should put Dr. Hiraluk in here just because, like, he's not going to. But this is a tier list on who would be best. And also, why? Actually, you know what? I'm going back on what I just said. I'm putting Dr. Hiraluk in here because I need to talk about how he's actually not a good fucking father. Okay, I won't say that. It's not that he's not a good father. It's that I don't think Chopper he wouldn't be a good parent. Like be for real. Be so for real with me. Would you rather your son stay with the doctor that's forcing his medicine on people that don't want it and who blows himself up and he's just all around? I think he's even worse in the manga, if I'm remembering correctly. Would you rather send your kid with him or just Kureha? Kureha's even like kind of like, you know, aggressive. That's not even a bad, like, yeah, she's aggressive, but she's an old woman. She's earned the right to be a little bit angry and mean and whatever. Dr. Hiraluk, I don't know, man. I'm not trusting my kid with that guy. He's a good father, not a good parent. Yeah, okay, so that's what I'll say. I won't say he's like a bad father or a bad person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm specifically like I don't want people to think that I'm shitting on that character at all. I'm not trying to shit on Dr. Hiraluk. I'm just saying I would never let him watch my children. That's what I'm specifically saying. That's exclusively what I'm saying. I do not want him to watch my kids. And with Chopper, even, like, I mean, they were going through the trenches and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe you guys can remind me of Dr. It's been such a long time since I've seen that or read that part of the show. But why do people keep saying Afro Luffy? Luffy being in here is every single Luffy. Afro Luffy is just... I love One Piece there. Thank you, CVR. Thank you. Or Seer VR? CVR? I'm fucking dyslexic. I'm dyslexic. We got hot takes on man. Yeah, hot takes on man. I mean, yeah, I just wouldn't want him to be. Maybe you guys can remind me of how good of a person / parent that he is. He shot a patient. That's the shit that I remember. I remember thinking to myself when I was watching Drum Island, I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, I would literally hate to be around that guy. I would avoid him at all costs. Add the biological parents. Who the fuck are Chopper's biological parents? I wouldn't send a child Hiraluk's way, but he is a pretty good balm for children with alienation issues. Sure. Yeah, we can talk about that. Hiraluk shouldn't gain custody on purpose. You're right, Pink. He should not. You are completely right, Pink. I'm not convinced he should have any custody over any child, truly. And even the way that, what was the way that he died again? He was poisoned by a mushroom, right? And wasn't it Chopper that fed him the mushroom? But then he blew himself up. I wish I could remember. I'm going to say, this is my hot take. I'm going to say, no matter the circumstances, if you blow yourself up, I'm going to say that takes some points away from you being a good parent. I'm not saying there's never a good reason to blow yourself up. I'm just saying that guy looks like he would blow himself up. And just off that, I would not trust him to raise my kid. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. Off looks alone, and even after probably getting to know him, I probably would not let Hiraluk watch my children. But let me see. Who would be a good move? What is that? So we got Bon Clay in here. Whitebeard, Seer VR. That's another good one. Whitebeard. See, Whitebeard is who I think y'all want Hiraluk to be. Like, Whitebeard's just actually a good fucking dad. Let me see. Let me put this in here. Let's go find Whitebeard. I think we might as well get as many people as we can in here, I guess. I see Senor Pink. I just don't. Senor Pink managed to get his entire family killed. I just don't know why we'd let him get the chance to kill Chopper, too. I'm just saying, like, let's be honest. He got his whole family killed. He's not that great in anything, to be honest. Not even a good gangster. He dresses like a baby. I just think it's time for us to have an open discussion on him. I don't think that he like Senor Pink's story. Sad, sure. I do not think he was gonna be like. Would he have been a good father if he wasn't who he is? Absolutely. See, here's the thing: to be a good father and also in the mob under Dofla fucking Mingo, that's got to take away some father points. It just has to. It literally has to. Okay, you are working for one of the most evil people in the world. You constantly hoe people on a regular basis. You're murdering people. Some of them were definitely children. And even if you personally yourself didn't kill any children, your boss for sure did, and you just kind of stood there. So Jimmy, I see a bunch of Jimmy Scoops now. You guys want to see Jimmy? Should Jimmy Scoops get custody of Chopper? Is that something everybody wants to have on here? Add to Dawn. She took good care of the 3 kids. You're right. I will do that. I actually will. Senior Pink is not hard-boiled. He is scrambled. OG Amish Lancaster. I just don't. It's not even that I don't like his character. I just don't. I think people see a sad backstory and they're like, oh, if we gotta, he deserves so much more. And it's like sometimes people deserve just what they got. And that's okay. That's actually great. It makes me feel better about the decisions that I've made when I could have taken an easier way out and I didn't. Because I was afraid of something like that happening. It makes me feel better knowing that, yeah, I did the right thing, Sometimes that's a really good thing that stories can teach us. So I'll add Don to Don, Kuma and Kirimon. Those are both good. All right, let me add those really, really quick. You guys are fucking cooking. These are things that I wouldn't think about. Now that we're expanding it to more than just the obvious. Because at first I was thinking like, all right, which Straw Hat is he going to go to? Because it's like, obviously he would go to this. We got fucking JD Legended here. This is fucking insane. We are so funny for that. Like, there's just no reason for us to have done what we've done here. Yeah, I'll put Vegapunk in here. Vegapunk is another one where it's just like, I don't, like, you got everybody around you killed. I just don't know why I would trust you with Chopper, dude. And it's a different, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying all or even some of that was his fault. Oh, well, a lot of it was his fault, to be honest. I don't know. But also, like, it's reasonable and understandable the differences. Like, I'm not calling Vegapunk sorry or, like, a bad character or anything. I'm just saying, again, if you're a parent, you're just looking at the facts, all right? If I'm a parent, like, if I was, or even if I'm just the Straw Hats and I got to figure out where Chopper has to go to make sure that he's safe, I'm not giving him to the guy that lets everybody around him die. I'm just not doing it, okay? And Vegapunk's dumbass is so smart, he's stupid. Every other Thursday, he's searching up shit on the dark web and the government catches him. Until eventually they're like, you just gotta go, dude. You just gotta go. You just have to go. I see, Tom. I just don't want to turn this into like an ultimate like One Piece dad tier list. I'm going to have to omit some dads here because like I just don't think that, because I think Tom probably would be a good, but there's just not anything interesting to say about that, Zeph. Ooh, that could be, that I can see that. That'd be fun. Let's put Zeph in here. That'd be really fun because after it's over and stuff like that, that could be cool. Did I put Bon Clay in here already? I feel like I did. I guess I didn't. Did I? I feel like I did. Am I tripping? That's weird. All right, I'll do that right now. Am I just blind? No, yeah, because it'd be right there. Oh, that's why. Oh my God. I'm dying. Cool. All right. Got Bon Clay in there. Rayleigh and Shaggy. Thank you. Thank you for the bless yous. Good God, that would kill me. That almost killed me. Judge, now why on earth? Why not add yourself to the list, Moogie? Jay can take it to court. He would never take me to court for Chopper. I'll put Jimmy in here, but he would never take me to court for Chopper. He dead ass would be like, yo, you got him. You got that ugly ass raccoon. This dead ass what he would say. It is really cool that I've made a character that now when you type in Jimmy Scoops, attached comes up. Like I'm erasing things in real time. One of my friends told me, Jim was telling me how Oda has people that'll occasionally tell him what YouTubers are talking about, and part of me just genuinely hopes. Part of me genuinely hopes he's come across the channel and then been like, yeah. That's exactly. You know, when I wrote attach, that's who I was thinking of. This guy right here. What a maverick. What a maverick. Where the hell? Yeah, let's do this. I don't think this is the best way to do this, but it's going to be too much. Ooh, we could do this actually. So who do we got before we... I feel like I'm going to put Judge in here, but it's going to be mainly a joke. But who we got after this? Yeah, we'll put Big News Morgans and Jimmy Scoops because... Sweet. All right, and... Garp? Hell no. He's so he can ruin Chopper's childhood like he ruined everybody else's. Dragon, Big Mom, and Big Mom. You're kind of quiet. Why the... Whoa. I wonder if this... I don't want to... I can see it now. Maybe can I do like gain maybe? What about that? That seems a little bit. That seems maybe. Maybe not. Maybe so, maybe not. For some reason I can't. We'll work that out. Heracles. Rayleigh and Shacky. Oh yeah, Don. I also want to add Don in here. She's carrying. If she would watch, or not Don. I said we gotta put Don in here. I will absolutely be making that mistake again. New Don is peak too. We got Law in this bitch. We got Whitebeard in this bitch. We got Kuma in this bitch. We got Vegapunk, Bon Clay, Jimmy Scoops, Don. Who else did we say? What about Zunacia? No. Carrot is here to represent. Can you just throw some away? Guess not. Carrot is here to represent like all of Zoe, basically. So Tashigi, Smoker, and Kobe would all make pretty good parents, in my opinion. Would they? But since Chopper is a fucking... I don't think we should put any Marines in here because the Marines are just bad parents. Garp, for some reason, people just keep giving Garp kids. And to his credit, I believe he tells them every time, I am not a good parent. Okay, I don't know why the fuck you keep... like. I have no idea why you keep doing this. Ripley, I like that one just because I like seeing her face. But I feel like people keep telling... or I feel like I feel like Garp keeps telling people, like, stop giving me your goddamn kids. I don't like kids. I'm going to throw them in the woods. And, like, that's what their childhood is going to be. You understand that, right? Oh, you're a good person deep down, Garp. And he's like, maybe, but I'm not a good parent. And I've never been that. So I put Garp in there. I don't think, like, Kobe. I don't know why we would put Kobe. Kobe wouldn't be. I don't think he'd be a bad parent, but it's like that. He's just a baby himself. Chopper and Kobe running around. That's two stupid dogs. That's the Rugrats. Chopper and Kobe running around. Those are the Rugrats. Like, they need somebody there with them. Not because they're too weak, but because I genuinely believe that all it takes is one Usopp snake oil salesman. He would derail their entire adventure. He would fuck them up something serious. He would get them lost in something ridiculous. One traveling soothsayer. I swear to God, he would truly send them unraveling. I'm not putting Doflamingo on this goddamn parent tier list. You know Doflamingo's a bad fucking person. All right, I was going to put Ripley in here. Let's go get Ripley. Ripley! Ooh, real Ripley. Ooh. Please, 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 please. Damn, I wonder what color her hair is going to be. What color do you guys think her hair is going to be? Or what color would you want it to be? Because we don't know what the fuck Oda's going to do. Akainu? Why in the world? Bone Daddy. I got the Bone Daddy blues. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Red or blonde? That would be sick. Red is like my favorite color for a character's hair. Like, purple is also good. Purple is good. Lunar Eclipse Bunnies, purple is also really good. Okay, but what about Dofi's father? Again, if everybody around you dies, I'm not giving you my fucking kid, dude. Like, he had better intentions. I just don't think that gives him more points. What about Odin? What about Odin? The motherfucker that stood in a soup until he got his dumb ass boiled to death. He danced in the fucking street while everybody was fucking up Wano. What about Odin? Again, I'm talking about this from the perspective of a parent. That is exactly what I would say if somebody asks, What about Odin? Why don't we let Odin watch our kids? Well, probably because his dumbass would just be dancing and boiling in a pot of soup while he's supposed to be raising my child. No, thank you. Corazon? What? He was beating Law up at the beginning too, though. I mean, everybody in One Piece does that. Corazon. Yeah, we can put Corazon in here. I just Gabon and Ripley. We should have like. Did I already put Ripley in here? No. Let me get Gabon and Ripley because they would go 100%. What I want for the end of One Piece, Iceberg is also a good one. What I want for the end of One Piece is Gabon and Rayleigh or Gabon and Ripley to still just be happy having giant sex, I guess. I don't know what the fuck. Gabon is so goddamn funny. The world has been on fire since supposedly his like best friend and captain died, and he's just been motorboating giant tits this entire time. And I swear, on God, I understand. And he's being a loving husband to his giant baby and dude. First of all, God is a woman, and so that's why you should see God in every woman that you meet. That is just a fact. Women are awesome. But can you imagine being married to Ripley? That's how I'm waking up every single day. I'm just, good God. Fucking, like, I don't know what the fuck what you could have, how you could possibly justify deserving something so, oof, I don't know. Never blame a man for settling down with a 10. Never blame a man for settling down, period. Hell, if he settled down, she must have been a 10 to him. Paulie from Gallilaw, Water 7? I don't see. We're just adding people that are gamblers on here now. So Sanji's mom's gone, unfortunately. Saint Saturn is dead too. This is a weird suggestion y'all got. Marco, I do want to put Marco in here though, which is probably a substitute. Should be a substitute for Whitebeard. Yeah, Whitebeard's dead. They're already in here, but I'll put Marco in here because that's what I want this to be like. What would it be like if after the story it's done? So let me see. Let's get Marco, and then we'll get a couple more in here, and then we'll start this bitch. That is a fucking terrible photo of Marco. Hang on. Jesus Christ, that is an awful photo. It's just his dick. That is literally just Marco's penis. That's crazy. Let's try that instead. And I loved everything about you that hurts. Let me see your move. Let me see your move. All right. What about Mihawk? No. I guess we should, because he was a parent to like Perona, right? Yeah, we should put him in here. I think that's fair, actually. Every One Piece. So I should get Ivankov too. Everybody who was like a mentor or to the Straw Hats that were gone. Who I literally just, I'm so dumb. Mihawk, yeah. Moria? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I should. And Zeph was the other person I wanted to put on here. Mihawk. I guess by that I should put in Dragon. I'm gonna put in Dragon. I just don't have. Even discussing Dragon is so fucking hard because I don't know who that man is. I don't know at all, and I'm tired of pretending that I do. I have context. I have the glimpses of what he's supposed to be. I don't know that man. I don't know who this guy is. Like at all. It's actually crazy how little we know about Dragon, who he is, and what he wants, and we don't know anything about this guy. My brain is having whiskey chakra. Good God, Fujitora. Keemon, that's who we needed. Do we get that's who I forgot. Grab Keemon. Spent most of last night dragging this sap. These are fucking stupid. These goddamn. It's just gonna bother me. It's literally just their dicks. Like that's the part of that Google wants to save. There we go. So Keemon. I'm trying to think if there's any other one. Go away. Put Tashigi there to represent. I'm gonna. You're right, and Tashigi actually is. That's one of the things that Nami always fucking said. I would trust Tashigi with Chopper instead of Nami. That's just me. I hate that too. tight. I'm gonna grab my drink really quick, and then we can Scooby to pow. It's pretty good for like having to start over from scratch. All this shit. Crocodile, Cobra is very dead. Kokoro, Nekomashi, and Nell. Dead ass, y'all are just saying shit now. I'll be right back. Let me grab my drink. Hell. Ooh. Okay. I guess I don't even really need to have this or keep this on, honestly. All right. More woman. That's just the first message that I saw. More woman. I like that. I like that. Okay. Reiju over Sanji. Reiju? I'm not really sure Reiju's better than Sanji. I'm not going to cap. You're right. We're missing Eva. Thank you. We are missing Eva. Let me go fix that. I was thinking the whole time because we got Zeph in there. Did you mean Ivanka Trump? No, bitch. I meant the bitch. Ivankov. Sick. So we got Ivankov, we got Tashigi, we got Kitamon, we got Zeph, Mihawk, Marco. Jesus Christ. We got Marco's dick. We got Ripley and Gabon. We got Garp. We got Dadam. We got Jimmy Scoops and Big News Morgans for some reason. We got Bonclay. We got Vegapunk. We got Kuma. We got Whitebeard, Hiruluke, Bartholomew. Jay is this is fucking crazy. Carrot. We got Foxy. And then Law. I'm going to get a different Law, actually. Because I don't like that one. But yeah. Yeah. I think we're ready to fucking go, dude. The next thing, the only thing I need to do now is like figure out like better names for the tiers. Get a different picture of Dragon's dumbass too. Humming low. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Sick. So I'm trying to figure out a way to make myself louder without like, maybe this is it, but I don't want to like be unbearable. Also, it doesn't seem like that's it. Bum, bum, bum. Let's try this. Yeah. Oh, that's too much. Let's do it like down right here. Yeah. That's a good compromise. I think, yeah. I'll just try to talk. Maybe just a little bit louder. Smoker. I don't think so. We got Tashigi in there. Fake Robin has to be pretty high up there. No. Is that Janet? Yes, it is. The audio's too low. Can everybody hear me? Kuma after he loses free will? There we go. Is that better? Way better for the audio? Cool. Cool. Oh. Oh, we had a super chat. Thank you for the $10, Doc. Azrael, love your content, my guy. Keep up the great work, but since Carrot's on there twice, just throw Bonnie up for the Y O to Y. I can hear you well now. Sick. Sick. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. So I did figure out how to do it. Should it be any louder, or is that like, do we get it good? Glad we fixed that. Hopefully it's not too bad when I get in there. Melon tea? I don't think. You know what? Sure. Let's put Mel in here. Let's get Mel in here. And I think that should be the last one. The bottom two should be call CPS. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like that. Let's get Mel in here. That'd be funny as hell. This is gonna be so fucking funny. But yeah, let's get. Oh my god, it's like these are the two people I would never. Is it lagging or is it all over for us? It's back. Froze for a sec. Okay, is it back? Are we back? Are we so back? Wolviz, thank you for subscribing on Twitch, by the way. And anyone else who subscribes, thank you. Emergency food was his idea. Yeah. All right, cool. Are we back? Are we good? You've got Dragon, Tashigi, and Kinemon in here twice. Yeah, I can't figure out how to get them out of here. How do you get rid of these guys? Dead ass. How do you erase them? How do we get rid of the duplicates, chat? Is that possible? Katakuri? It's not that I can't see that. Does anybody know how to... It still says my shit is unstable. This is dumb. Buy rate. Okay, no, OBS should be good now. We're good now? Cool. Click cut. It does not give me the answer to do that. I don't think you can either. Yeah. So it's just out. Yeah. Right click and then the delete button. Yeah, but there's none of that. See? It's dumb. It's okay. I put them at the end, so it's like we just don't look at them. Just don't look at them. The birds from the time skip. We are officially just doing shit. I mean, we've always been just doing shit. All right, so called CPS is the bottom tier. Okay? And put King of Lightning on there. I don't know. Does he hate Chopper? These two I have a pretty good. These are probably, I would say, the two YouTubers that I would say I would have the most passionate like defenses or offenses for why they should or should not have Chopper. Like I would have the most passionate like things to say about why they shouldn't have Chopper. And also I just know that JD, he would just hate being here. I feel like Mel would probably be fine with watching Chopper, but obviously I don't think I'd put her above a lot of the people on here. He hates Chopper. Yeah. Let me see. Lego Luffy, we good now. All right. Well, let's get to going. So call CPS is the bottom tier. What should the very top tier be? What are we going for? That's like Uncle Phil vibes, right? And then Aunt Viv. Unless we got a better name for that, but I definitely like call CPS. Iroh is good. Iroh's good, but is not like Iroh's like his own category. Like Iroh's like 'cause he'd be a great dad. He would really be a great dad. Went for cigarettes. Went for cigarettes is gonna be this one. Probably gonna have been. Never came back. Went out for a pack of cigs, never came back. So that's but like they're not. They would abandon Chopper. It would be well, yeah, like they would just give up in the middle of like parenting. Yeah. Yeah. I think I like that. I'd tolerate my child being with them. Shouldn't the OMG and call CPS categories be switched? OMG. Flashback parent tier. Dad who takes you to baseball. Icky Vicky category. Flashback parent tier. Flashback parent tier is, ooh. Well, that depends. We're getting, because depending on what that means. Okay? Depending on what that means. Because we're going through a flashback right now in One Piece. My audio? Is my audio fucking again? Deadbeat should be a tier. Deadbeat. What's like a really good absent-minded parent? Like, what's like a really good like absent-minded parent that you can think of? I'm busy babysitting my niece. Just wanted to stop by and say hi. Thank you. You ate my face. And love you too, bro. To the cigarette one? Yeah, I think like deadbeat. Because it's like there's like different ones. Went out for a pack of cigarettes is like, yeah, I guess we'll keep that. Yeah, we'll keep that. I guess that does sound funny, but I'm struggling to come up with like what the next two are going to be. The Addams Family, Mrs. Doubtfire. We'll see if Mel would be a good parent to Chopper. We don't know if she would actually. We have to like really. I feel like that one's got to no. Emergency food. There should be. But I just feel like if you're going to eat, that's like the worst. I would call CPS if you're going to fucking eat them. Goku. Nice. No, I like that. I like that. Goku tier. I like that Goku. It's just Goku. And Deadass. All right, so hang on. We got to have a conversation. Because Goku, well, no, we'll get into that, I guess, when we start putting people in the Goku tier. But Deadass, should Goku be like the middle ground for parenting? Or do y'all think he should be lower? I think he's fine right there. To be honest, I really do. He gave Cell a sensu bean. That's just because he's dumb. Yeah, he didn't really spend as much time as he could with Gohan. But a lot of that wasn't his fault, honestly. And he really did like spending time with Gohan. When it mattered, he was a good dad, and Gohan loved him, and I feel like he's okay here. But there is a very vocal group of people that think he, worst parent ever. I see people comparing him like, so who's the worst father, Goku or... Then they'll say, like, just the worst Goku or, like, Fire Lord Ozai or something, and I'm like, y'all are hoeing. Y'all are fucking hoeing. That is not an accurate representation of Goku. I think middle's good. And, like, I love Goku. I don't think he should be higher. I'm not going to glaze him either. As far as parenting goes, I don't think he should be higher. I'm not going to lie. As a parent, I don't think... As a parent, I'm already upset that he's this high. But truthfully, you know, my kid will probably be safe. God, but the more I think about it, the more I'm like, but do we know that for sure? But that's why he's in the middle. Because I feel like everybody below him, I'm pretty confident in saying, like, you're going to fuck this up, and we should call Child Protective Services. He's dumb, but he's not abusive or absent when he could help. That's true. Yeah. So this is like the absent parents that they just literally can't help themselves. They're not going to be there for you no matter what. And these are the fucking, like, dear God, why would you ever let them watch your kids? And this is Uncle Phil and Aunt Viv. Like, you're just going to have a great childhood and you're going to get the best. And then Piccolo above Goku. I like that. Leon Strife. I like that. The Piccolo tier. I like that. Ooh, and Ishak Khan on YouTube said the same thing. If Goku is added, then Piccolo needs to be added for balance. Yeah, and he's right above Goku. If Piccolo is at the top, now here's the thing. Piccolo's a good character and a good father. I mean, I was saying that like I had to take away from something. The only thing I could take away from Piccolo being a dad is he beat the shit out of Gohan when they were getting ready for the invasion of the Saiyans. I really can't take that away from him. I don't know why I was about to play devil's advocate like Piccolo's a bad father. He's good. He's really good. Is there anybody above Piccolo, like in anime? So that if we wanted to keep this just strictly anime, so we can get Uncle Phil and Aunt Viv, is there anybody above Piccolo as a dad or a parent in general? Like it could be a mom too, like the best mom or dad in fiction, or in anime rather. Would Luffy or Goku be a better father? I need to see footage of Luffy when he gets older before I answer that. Because I deadass don't know. So it goes Piccolo, Vegeta, Goku? Yes. Actually, yeah. I think that's probably good. The dude from Spy X Family, maybe? Uncle Iroh, though? That's true. Vegeta Post Boo is top. Yeah, I would say. But if we're just doing like all things, I think it's like Hughes, maybe? I'm getting some good answers. Maze Hughes. Kuma. But Kuma's on the list. I feel like it's cheating to add Kuma as a category on the list. And then, because he's definitely going in that category. Hughes is a really good dad. Maze Hughes is good. I see a lot of Hughes. Goku without Chi-Chi is a risk, a huge risk. Lloyd from Spy Family. You know what I'm going to do? Hang on. Because, like, that implies, like, they're just both the best. Spy Family tier, Piccolo, Goku, went out for cigarettes, call CPS. I feel like that's cool. I don't like that as like the title, but I do think that Lloyd is a good father. I do think Lloyd is a really good father. Yeah, Shao Tucker's not going to be named anything. He would be Actually, we are going to put him in here. Yeah, that's fine. We can do that. Phil and Aunt Viv. I think I'm gonna keep that. Piccolo, Goku, went out for Becca cigarettes, Shao Tucker, call CPS. I'm gonna keep that. I can't think of anybody that's just universally like just better at being a dad. You know what? Before we do that, so that I make sure that I'm not hoeing anything, I'm just gonna look up because I'm sure that there's But they have to be like well known is also the thing. Like I want it to be like a universal type beat, like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in here. That motherfucker. If your universe goes through that much bullshit, I just don't think you should be on here. Piccolo's definitely. Maze Hughes is up there. Who's the number one person? That's weird. Who was Gon's father? What? Twitch stream went down. Hang on a second. Let's try that. See if that works. Are we back, Twitch? Twitch, talk to me, Twitch. Twitch, talk to me, Twitch. Twitch, please. Say something to me, Twitch. Twitch, don't lose. Don't go, Twitch. Don't go into the light. Boruto's dad. Don't go into the light, Twitch. Oh, Twitch is. Looks like we're having text at 1. What? It's still not back? Oh my god. Let me check. Oh. Maybe that's why. Okay, cool. Twitch. Twitch. It looks like to me it looks like I'm back. Y'all just let me know. We were doing so good. Let's go. This whole goddamn universe is a JoJo. So yeah, Silky from Dawn to Dawn. Ooh! Ah! Silky from Dawn to Dawn. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, let me open this. Maybe that's why. Oh, it's telling me some of them are experience buffering. What does that mean, though? What about Milky the deer mink from Zoe? Yeah, ooh. Well, I don't think she's gonna. The carrot's on here and she symbolizes Zoe. I don't think. I mean, for God's sake, I don't think he's gonna. You know, he's not moving in with anybody yet. Let's let the little horn dog. Let's let him figure some stuff out before we just send him to the wolves like that. Oh my gosh. I guess if it keeps fucking like this, just go over to YouTube, guys, on Twitch. Moogie is so still. I can't tell if he's frozen. Yeah. Call CPU should be. Refresh your pages, y'all. Hopefully that's it. If it gets, like, if it keeps fucking on Twitch, then let's hop on over to YouTube. Let's see. All right, but let's go ahead and it just has to be my internet for some reason. But can we add Buggy? Nah. Yeah, no. There's no reason for him to get on here. But let's see who's going to be first. So we got Brooke first. Brooke, I think, is definitely a Piccolo. Brooke would definitely be a Piccolo. He's had enough interactions with Chopper. The instances where they've interacted on Sabouti, for instance, very funny. Where he was basically telling Chopper, "Hey, chill, the hell out because that's all you can do. Sometimes he fed Chopper some Hakuna Matata bullshit about how they don't got to worry about the slave catchers. They don't got to worry about nothing. Their job is to stay put and just do nothing. Do nothing at all. And, sometimes that's good advice. He didn't know how severe the situation was, so he wouldn't have acted that way. But that's good advice for a parent. Sometimes all you can do is just sit down and shut the fuck up. If it still doesn't work, yeah. If it still doesn't work on Twitch, guys, hop on over to YouTube. I apologize. I'm just glad to be streaming again. It's like a month, but I definitely wanted to come back and show some love. Next time, I'll have the chat actually on the screen and shit too, so we can keep it going. Yeah, if it keeps fucking, just go on over to YouTube. I think it's fine for some people and then not fine for others. I would say head on over to YouTube. But thank you for being over here on Twitch. If you do go over there, like I said, we're going to be streaming Birth by Sleep and shit soon. We're going to be hit the ground running and shit. So thank you for being here. Let's go. Okay. What about Shank so we can abandon 2 kids? Nah. Brooke would be a deadbeat father? I don't think Brooke would be a deadbeat father. What do you guys think about Brooke? Let me see if I can... I didn't know we're going to run into some controversies here. What the fuck do you guys think of Brooke? I'm going to say, is Brooke a deadbeat bone daddy? All right. Is Brooke a deadbeat bone daddy? I started a poll. Let's figure out. Because I don't think he is. We don't even really know if bone daddy is the... I mean, that's what I'm going with. But yeah, honestly, we don't know if who's honestly bone daddy. Where are the panties? Chopper comes home. Hey, Dad, where are the panties? Nah. Thank you, Pink. I'm happy I'm streaming again too. I really miss streaming. Truly, I miss streaming. Yeah, I don't think so. If he's not a deadbeat, he's definitely not Shao Tucker. And I don't think you guys think Brooke would be as good of a father as Goku? Do you think Brooke would give Cell a sensu bean to beat Chopper up? I'm just saying, be for real. If that's what we're saying, just let me know. You know what? I'm tired of this one. I'm going to end that poll so I can start this one. Because this is the real question I want to know. Would Brooke give Cell a sensu bean so he could beat Chopper up? Because that determines whether or not he's Goku or Piccolo right there. And I really want to know, because maybe I don't have the right answer. Brooke was a dad and he died literally dead. Beat... No, okay. You're right. Yeah, it keeps fucking on Twitch. I don't know what's going on over there. We really talking about the guy who gets custody of the guy who will be an adult soon after the series ends? Yes, because as I explained this at the beginning of the stream, Chopper's like 17. Fuck it, call him 18. Do you really want to send him out on his own? I personally don't. Like, even if he wants to be on his own, I think that's fine. But for God's sake, let's just send somebody with him. Let's just send, like, I'm not letting that. I'm saying, okay. Now, that being said, Luffy would be as dangerous to watch Chopper as Goku. I do think that. So I'm going to end that. I think, yeah, that's what I thought. So, yeah, Brooke has to be a Piccolo. Frankie, all right? What do we think about Frankie? Because here's the thing. Episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn is just the peak. Maybe we should add another tier. How do you do that? Add a row above. Because I think, well, no, I don't know. Because I think Piccolo is just a really good parent. And then episode 7 of Dododon is like the best parents that he can have. I don't know what else we would need to even say, honestly. I can imagine Goofy is currently having full conversation. I am having full conversations with myself. It's insane. I keep getting sidetracked too. Chopper is too innocent to just jump in the word alone. That's what I was saying earlier, bro. Like, Chopper on his own in the world, all it takes is one snake oil salesman to fuck his entire adventure up. It's not that he's not strong enough. It's that he dead ass would be full on, like, conned into just losing everything almost immediately. It's a cruel, cruel world. In the new world, in the Grand Line, anywhere. It's just cruel. Tony Chopper, Dr. Chopper from New York City. So yeah, I think I like Brooke right there. But where's Frankie gonna go? Me personally, I kind of feel like Frankie would be in the same spot as Brooke. He'd be a good dad. He'd be like a Piccolo figure. He'd actually be really good. He'd be chill being a dad. Do we think Frankie would go full on episode 7 of Don to Don? Do we think Frankie would do that? I'm not saying he wouldn't. I just do we think he would? You know? Good girl. Death by naivety. Yeah. Chopper would fall for a scam email. Chopper would absolutely fall for a scam email. But do we think Frankie would go full on Don to Don? Like, this is the pinnacle of parents. These are the parents that I absolutely would trust. Like, I know Frankie would be tight. I really do. But do we want to give him the supreme honor? Like, is he up there, up there? Goofy, would you consider Thriller Bark from Brick's perspective? Yes. Chopper to this day does not know that Soga King is Usopp. Exactly. You want to send that guy out in the world by himself? Frankie had time, so he had a much better example of fatherhood. Yeah, I agree. Well, here, let me do this. I'm gonna start doing polls for each one, just so I can, and I will veto any poll that I think has a stupid answer. But so far, I feel like we're on the same page. Just full disclosure. This is my live stream. I don't even know what type of question that is, but fuck it. Based on your answer, we'll put Frankie where he belongs. He did ask Trank to Tane to save his dad. That's true. That's true. Frankie seems more like a good uncle rather than a father. Araraquois, that's my initial thoughts, to be completely honest. Deadass, that's my initial thoughts. Like, that's my original, like, that's what I think when I look at Frankie. I think, that's a great uncle. I don't know if I see dad, but also, I'm just, like, that's, I don't know. I could just literally be, have we seen Frankie interact with kids at all? That might literally just be why I'm not immediately seeing it, because I know he'd be good with kids. I don't have any reason to think that he wouldn't go full on Don to Don episode 7, but I just didn't immediately see it. Like, I'm a go from my gut kind of guy. I make all my decisions that way, and it just didn't immediately jump out to me. What happened in episode 7 of Don to Don? Oh boy. That sounds like you better go watch it. I won't be the one to tell you that. On some real shit, it was crazy watching Don to Don and going from dick and balls jokes to one of the saddest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And Don to Don still does that. It's a great show. It's such a good show. But that's so funny that it does that. I'm always so surprised. Didn't he call them shitty brats when he was in Chopper's body? Probably did. Yeah, and Robin was like, "Don't ever fucking say that." Oh yeah. He did interact with them in Punk Hazard. Yeah. I don't know if I'd say he dadded the Frankie family. Because those were just a bunch of sewer people that he was helping them. He was showing them how to be the right type of criminal. I'm trying to read the manga. Oh, for Dandadan? Yeah, I was kind of in the same boat. I mean, I love reading manga, but Dandadan, I read ahead because the way season 1 ended was fucking insane. Are you joking? Like, that was actually crazy the way season 1 ended. So I was like, all right, I have to see what's going on, and so there. And I did a little bit more, and then I was like, all right, now I want to see the animation because it genuinely is like a really, really good show. Yeah, episode 7 hits like a fucking truck. I think we've got all right. Everybody thinks I don't have an excuse for why Frankie wouldn't be the top of the year. So he's the first person in the episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn. I'm okay with it. I'm not okay. I mean, I'm not mad at it. Jimbei though. What about our boy Jimbei? I'll tell you what. We definitely not gonna call Jimbei. We're not gonna call CPS on Jimbei. So he's obviously right. None of the Straw Hats are gonna be. Well, I won't say none. We'll get to. None of them's gonna be in here. No, none of them's gonna be in here. But real fucking reckless. We're gonna get to that. Oh, look, there he is. There you are, you fucking maniac. You're going. There you go. Let's just get Luffy out of the fucking way. That deadbeat motherfucker. He needs to be Goku. He would never abandon Chopper. Ever. I swear to God, I'm worrying as much as I would worry with Goku. Because it's not even that he would abandon him. They would just dead ass both get lost. Not like Zoro would get lost, mind you. Like, they don't have a problem with directions. Luffy's ADHD would just carry him to a different island. And then he would turn around and be like, oh, fuck, I'm supposed to be watching Chopper. Meanwhile, Chopper's getting his ass beat or eaten by like a fish or something. They do this gag so often where like Luffy's just blissfully unaware of the nonsense that's going on. And I just strongly believe if for whatever reason Chopper went with Luffy, God, their adventure would be never ending and it would be constant pain for Chopper. Look, Chopper, it's one of your cousins. They are getting into so many shenanigans immediately. Like, Chopper is going to have to basically... Like, Chopper is the little brother, and he's going to have to be looking after Luffy. Jinbei is an episode 7 dad, just based on him leaving Big Mom to support Luffy, like a dad leaving his top-tier job and risking ruin to support his son. That is true. I don't have any argument for why Jinbei wouldn't be episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn. I really don't have any argument for that. Actually... I think Jinbei would be better than Frankie. Am I tripping, chat? Am I tripping? I need y'all to tell me if I'm tripping, because the reason why I say that is Jinbei looks way more equipped to just be a dad. Frankie seems like he's still, at the end of the day, like he will be a father and he will be a great father. But every now and then he'll put on his panties and he'll go hit the town and start dancing in the street. And he'll want to be a parent. There's nothing wrong with that. Every parent should get that, actually. That's what I think, to be honest. If you need that, every parent should have those nights so that they can have fun and remind themselves that, yes, your purpose on earth is to raise this child. There's no way around that. It's the greatest joy and gift that humanity has to offer. You are responsible for this human life that you have brought into this world. So you need to, at all times, be on the clock. But you still need to party sometimes. So you do, and, you know... I think everyone should do that. That being said, the parents that don't feel that urge at all, the parents that don't need to put their panties on and dance in the street, they are just naturally more equipped. And I won't say better. I don't believe that better is the right term. In this situation, I am saying that Jinbei would be better than Frankie. But parents that don't feel that urge, like they got all their partying and wild shit out of the way, so they're literally just like, hey, what do you need? I'm literally here at all times for you. I don't need to live my own life. I don't. My whole life now is to protect you and get you ready to live your life. And that's what Jinbei did. Jinbei was a member of the Sun Pirates, and he was with the Big Mom Pirates. His life is, in a lot of the ways, he's in the same position as Brook. He's literally like, I've gotten all of my shit out of the way. It's done. My dream now is for you to achieve your dream and have the confidence to move through this life because you love yourself, because you should love yourself. Jinbei would hang up the cap, get a corporate job. Nice, stable little house just to be sure he gets Chopper into a good med school. That's what I'm talking about. Kondo, thank you for the first time chat over on Twitch. That is what I am talking about. That's what I mean. And Jinbei does have better dad vibes. Ookmaster1, thank you for the cheered bits. I've been trying to figure this out for months. What's the lo-fi track you use in the background for your Is Hilarious Iconic series? More importantly, thank you for showing G8 through. I thought it was skippable, but it was great. Thank you so much. And the lo-fi. Are you talking about the finger picky guitar that I use? Because that's my boy Jesse. Any lo-fi tracks that I have in there, one of my other friends did that. I'll put it in. It's been such a long time since I've looked it up, but I'll try to put that in like the description of this video or something. But the guitar, as I can tell you, is my boy Jesse, and he's the guitar track? Yeah, that's my boy Jesse. He's with if you look up Freak Freely on Instagram, or if you search Teddy Swims on really anywhere. If you just look up the artist Teddy Swims, Jesse's a part of the band that's with Teddy Swims. All those guys are my homies. Love them all so much. But he does the guitar for that one track, and then he does a couple other guitar tracks for me. He's a phenomenal guitarist. Probably the best one I've ever known. It's between him and Addy, the other guitarist in Freak Freely that tours with Teddy Swims. Those two are by far the best ones, the best guitarists that I've ever known in my entire life. They're so good. But it's not released on anything officially. I keep telling him, and he doesn't want me to release it. He gave me permission to use it, but it's like just a track that's on SoundCloud, basically. So if he wants to redo it, he said he would only redo it he would only release it if he like redid it and like made it better. Because to him, it just doesn't sound like where he wants it to be. But like I said, thank you. But let's see. Frankie has also had all the development. He's just happy to make shit. He's like a hardworking mechanic dad. He is. That's what I'm saying. I really don't want to take anything away from Frankie because I don't think Frankie would just be out trying to pop ass every time he goes out. I don't think that. I do think he would want to party, and I just think that gives more of it's more of an opportunity for something to go wrong. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with personally wanting that. Just realistically, like if I'm giving you to babysit my kid, I would like the person that I give my kid to not even have the inkling to go out, put their panties on, and pop ass at the club. I would like them to not even want to do that, because that means that no matter what, they're not leaving. They're just at home raising this kid. I'm gonna come back and watch this later. See you, Nico. Jinbei is the world's worst judge of character. I don't think that's true. Who's the worst judge of character? I don't think it's Jinbei. But Frankie over Jinbei. Well, let's settle this right now with a poll, shall we? I have a feeling. Let's settle this right now, shall we? Let's settle this right now, shall we? Super! Who said Jay looked like Kevin Hart? Y'all stop that. I don't know why. It's just that was the first picture that came up, was him in the rat costume. I don't know why Google was like, you must mean this guy. That shit was funny. But Jinbei about to beat Frankie's ass in this poll. I know it. And that's okay. We don't have to. I believe, especially when you get down to the mechanics of it all, Frankie's probably right behind Jinbei. But I'm just saying, like, be for real, y'all. Like, it's Jinbei or Frankie. Who would you let watch your kid? Probably both of them, sure. But one of them has nipple lasers. The other one is an awesome fish dad. That's it. That's all I have to say about Jinbei. That even it's like, maybe if you're a racist, you don't want him to watch your kid. But that's the only thing I can think of for why you wouldn't pick Jinbei over Frankie. He corrals the Straw Hats, the most dysfunctional, insane group of people ever. He tells Luffy what to do sometimes. He don't listen, but he still tries to be like, hey, you acting up, young blood. Knock it off. I know what you're going through, but this ain't the way. Frankie ain't never did that shit. When Luffy crashes out around Frankie, he's just like, well, sometimes our captain's got to do what he's got to do. That's, you know, and that's all right. Frankie knows, like, that ain't my job. But it's like, you know, if you parents and that is your job, you got to get in there and stop them from crashing the fuck out. The nipple lasers are a good point, bro. Like, that's just not, that shit can't, I know he don't have no child setting for those shits either. They just randomly shoot lasers. I know they do. Thank you for putting that in the Twitch chat, Pink. You are awesome. Yeah, that's the, if anybody wants to, my dog, Jesse, he's so awesome. Jinbei did leave Arlong to his own devices to terrorize the town for decades, still concerned about, like, that is true, that did happen, but, let's be for real, I don't know, that's some complicated fish dynamics going on there. I don't know, I'm sure he just, looking at it from that, maybe he just didn't know how to tell his brother, like, brother, I feel you, but this ain't the way. When you're going through the fish civil rights movement, sometimes you cut some moral corners, all right? This is parenting, though. This don't have nothing to do with that. That's the other thing. Jinbei can teach Chopper about racism, all right? That's something Chopper might need to know about growing up as who he is. He might, if he ever feels like he might be a monster for who he is, again, Jinbei can be like, hey, man, look, sometimes people going to be a little bit racist, all right? That's all right. Don't got nothing to do with you, all right? But you got to understand how the system is always going to try to keep you down. And then Jinbei can explain the prison industrial complex and give him some books from the Fish Panthers, and shit'll work out, all right? He'll be better off. He'll be better equipped to be in this world. Frankie would give him some really good dad lessons and then try to teach him how to shoot lasers from his nipples. And that is the extent of how far I see that relationship blossoming. I like that. Frankie is good kids, entertainment for sure, but Jinbei is calm and collected. Yeah, Frankie is who... Yeah, dead ass Frankie would be good at kids' birthday parties and shit like that. And again, even better as an uncle. But as a parent, like, you got to be there for me at all times. And again, he's right behind Jinbei. It's not that I don't think he would be there, okay? I just don't know how far this gap is between them two. You know? Jinbei would be good at homeschooling Chopper. It would be great. Jinbei is awesome, but I think if we was put in Kuma's situation, if given the opportunity like I need with my child needs supervision. Yeah. Well, I feel that. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's really that hard, honestly. Yeah, so I'm leaving that. Jinbei's right there. And Jinbei is, we did it. So let's go. Nami, all right. She would go out for a pack of cigarettes. She would come back, but that doesn't change the spirit of how much she would want to leave Chopper. I'm not going to lie. Nami has to put her panties on and pop ass at the club. She literally has to. Like, and I love that for her. I would want to go out drinking with Nami. All right, she's not gonna abandon him, so I guess she has to go in the Goku. Like, she's not gonna abandon Chopper, so that she's not gonna go there. So she's gotta go in the Goku. But I want to make perfectly clear, these two could not be more in the same place. Like, I would not, because I think Nami would watch Chopper and they'd be better off. But if it's just only Nami watching Chopper, like, no one is there to be like, you know, remind Nami that, like, you know, maybe don't do that because it's dangerous for the child that you're raising. I think she needs somebody else. So yeah, she's not in the cigarette tier, but I would just worry because she would even do better. And I think she would do better than Luffy, actually. I do think she'd do better than Luffy. I think she would be better than Luffy for sure because Nami loves kids. Nami absolutely loves kids, and she would be a good parent to Chopper. The thing is, though, I don't know how much she sees Chopper as a kid. Like, she sees Chopper. That's a fucking tongue twister from hell. She sees Chopper as a member of the weakling trio. In other words, if some shit pops off, she might look at Chopper like, so what are you going to do about that? Because me and Usopp are cowering over there. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. But what do you guys think? Should Nami be higher? Do you guys think Nami should be in Piccolo or episode? I know she's not doing no episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn for Chopper. For her own child, Nami probably is. Because this is what I'm saying. I think Nami would be an amazing mom. I really, really do. Because I think she still thinks about Belmere, and that's sweet. I'm saying, who gets custody of Chopper when this is over? Nami is 100% dressing Chopper up in costumes, sending him off on manipulation missions so she can honeypot people for sure. It's still like, that's what I'm saying. It's the same argument as why Frankie can't beat Jinbei. She's gonna want to pop ass at the club. She's gonna want to do that, okay? Because she loves to dance and because she loves to rob people, okay? So she's gonna be doing that. That's gonna create some unintended consequences, and when those consequences show up, I know Nami is gonna protect Chopper. I know Nami's not gonna let anything bad happen to Chopper. But a lot of the shit that happens might be because of Nami. But that's just the impressions that I give. Like I said, maybe she should be higher. Let's sway me. Let's do the poll. Let's do a poll because that's the thing. I think Nami would be a fun aunt. But like I said, if I'm giving my kid to Nami, I have a feeling I know they're going to be safe, but it's just like, what did you guys do? Like, just be for real. Like, what did you, she took you to the mall? How many people did she rob? Did she make you commit any crimes? Did you do crimes when you went out with your alcoholic aunt? That's another thing. Nami loves to party. She loves to drink. So she automatically can't be higher than Frankie because she drinks better than all of these. Actually, she's the best drinker here. I'm feeling comfortable with her being in Goku, but also I want to hear an argument for why she could be higher. Let's do, should Nami be higher? Let's say that. That's just what I think. But like I said, I am completely open to changing my mind. I'm just a feelings guy. That's just the feelings that I get off rip. And I see some people, again, I want to make very clear, I love my girl. That's Nami. I love Nami Swan, okay? This isn't an indictment of her character at all. I love her with all my heart. Just be for real. That's all I'm saying. We're going to let, she loves kids. I don't know how much she sees Chopper as a kid. And even then, I like that. Lace just said, liking kids doesn't equal being a good parent. Yeah, as I was about to say, even then, I think she would be a great babysitter and a great aunt. Custody? I don't think so. My instinct was to put her in the cigarette category because I dead ass think she would be like, Chopper, you got this, right? I'm going to leave you. That's why I put her there at first, because I literally can see them going on an adventure and them being actively hoed in whatever situation they're in. Like, imagine this is Thriller Bark and they're lost in the fucking haunted castle, right? Immediately, let's say Chopper is actually even captured. Nami's going to be like, you got it, don't you, Chopper? Because I see something over there. There's treasure over there. And she just would leave Chopper. And then eventually she's going to be like, oh, I think Chopper's like captured or something. Like, would that happen? Maybe not. Can you see it happening? Absolutely. She's definitely pushing Chopper in front of danger. Yeah. I think, like, the chances of her doing that are drastically lower than her chances of doing that with Usopp, mind you. Like, she throws Usopp under the bus because that's their love language. That's why I love their dynamic so much. Usopp and Nami's love language is literally just throwing each other under the bus. And that's actually me and Mel's dynamic. We were, like, she sent me that Oh no, I commented on, I think it was a tweet that she did, and it was about Nami and Usopp, and then I was like, that's actually me and you. Like, anytime I'm even mildly inconvenienced wherever we're going, I'm just like, so this is melon tea, and then I'm just taking off running. I'm introducing you guys, and then I'm taking off running. So I love their dynamic. But Nami's, being just like, throwing people under the bus is in Nami's DNA. That's what I want to say. That's why I would feel like she's in the Goku tier. And based on 120 votes, I hope people aren't saying no because they're Nami haters. If you're a Nami hater, I want you out of this chat right now, actually. All right? Nami supremacy. All right? That's what I want. I don't want any Nami haters even commenting on that poll. You need to, before you place your vote in that poll, I want you to present your certificate for Nami. All right, like you're a Nami stan. I want you to present your certificate before you vote in that poll. Why is Mel here? Somebody wanted her here, and honestly, it's funny to me because JD's in there too, and honestly, I don't think either of them should have Chopper. I'll be honest. I really don't have an argument for why Mel shouldn't have her, but this will be fun seeing what you guys think, like the order should be. Nami Schwan. Dead. I'm serious. If there's any Nami haters in here, you guys better get the hell out, all right? That's not what we're doing. This is just who should get Chopper at the end of the story. Yes, Parker, Nami haters do exist, and I think that's fair for Nami. Thank you, Green Wizard. I got to check the Twitch chat. Is the Twitch chat? It still says unstable. That's stupid. If she was the only one, she'd do it, but she'd make sure Chopper got to Jinbei. Yeah, Lord, that's what I'm saying. If Nami had to do it, absolutely she'd do it, but she is trying to think of a way for someone better than her to do it. That's how I see Nami. Now, if it was her child, I don't think she would do the same thing, obviously. But for Chopper specifically, I think she would. Yeah, exactly, Slasher Cat. A little brother, not a son. I'm going to end that poll. Yeah, everybody is. All right, I feel like we're all on the same page here. I feel like we're all on the same page. I feel like we're all on the same page. Robin, get on up there. She's right above that. I don't think this should be any surprise to anybody. Robin's coming up, and she's overtaking Jinbei and Frankie. That's happening, okay? Because Robin is everything Jinbei is, but she dead-ass loves Chopper like a son. Like, this isn't a joke to her. In fact, there's an argument to be made that, like, this whole tier list is useless because when Chopper, like, I'd really believe whenever the story is over, Robin, like, no one will say anything and Robin will be like, fine, I will raise the boy. Like, no one will say anything. But as soon as it's over, Robin's going to be like, all right, fine, you twisted my arm. I'll take Chopper and raise him as my own. Fine. You don't have to twist my arm. I'll do it. Fine, guys. God. I don't think that should not be a surprise to anybody. Like, there's no way. She can't be below anybody. Jinbei would do it, but Jinbei would never volunteer to do it. Or I think he would, but only if he saw that the situation called for it. Frankie would do it under similar circumstances. Neither of them would ever volunteer to do it because Robin absolutely would. She is like, you almost need to make an entire different category for her because she would do an episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn. And it's all like every time you see her interact with Chopper, or any kids really, to be honest, but Chopper specifically sometimes, like, she is just like willing to do absolutely anything. So you know that if something happened to Chopper and it was around Robin, oh, that would haunt her for the rest of her life. She might deadass become Silky in episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn. It would crush her. It would turn her into something that she's not. You understand? That is Robin. It's literally Robin's baby, okay? Now, here comes the wild card here. Maybe some controversy when I tell you this. Okay, hang on a second. Here comes this idiot, okay? Now, here's the thing here. Zoro and Robin, not that far apart. I don't know if Zoro beats Jinbei or Frankie, though. That's the thing. I 100% actually, and maybe this is controversial, I can see him doing an episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn, okay? I can see him doing that. I don't think that he has the practical skills to actually be a parent. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the same argument that I was using, I don't know that I would give Zoro my child to let him babysit. Like, they're just not going to be, like, the safest that they could be. I'm not putting him up here. I'm just saying, here's the thing. This is my hot take. I think he could be up here. I'm not going to do anything crazy, though. I don't think he should be up here with the... Look at this goat. Look at this Mount Rushmore of Chopper parents. I don't think he should be that high. I'm not going to lie. But, that being said, okay, he is a really good dad to Chopper. He takes the time to teach Chopper the lessons that Chopper needs to be a man, okay? A human, and as somebody who wants to constantly learn what it's like to be a human, even if you take out because Zoro's like ideas of manhood and shit is toxic as hell as it is anyway. Well, I don't know that it's toxic. He might not have like actual like toxic masculinity, but he is just dumb. Like, that's the thing. Like, he might not actually be toxic in his masculinity, but it doesn't matter if he's just a fucking idiot. You know, like when Zoro and Luffy and Nami were in trouble in Orangetown, right? And Luffy was in that cage, and Zoro was stabbed. Instead of trying to figure out how to get Luffy out of the cage, he throws the cage that's holding Luffy over his shoulder and walks to the ship, bleeding out every step of the way. He doesn't even make it back to the Mary, mind you. He doesn't. He makes it like a quarter of the way before Luffy's like, you're an idiot, just put me down, I can get out of the cage from here. And then he just passes out. He's like, all right, fine, you got it, cool. I don't want my child in a situation like that. Because it doesn't need to be that. It never has to be that. By the same right, though, I don't think Zoro would hand sell a senzu bean. Okay? To be fair, I don't think Zoro, Luffy, or Nami would hand sell a senzu bean, to be honest. Goku was crazy for that. Okay? I don't think he'd do that. But he's a ride or die. He also would never leave Chopper. He would never, like, go out for a pack of cigarettes. I mean, he would get lost. But I think Chopper is smart enough to know that Zoro would never leave him. He might get left, though. That's the thing. Like, does it really matter if they would get separated anyway? You know what I'm saying? Because if it's just them two, like, it's just Chopper and Zoro. That's not good. That's not good no matter how you slice it. Okay? I think that's good. I can't imagine. Like, I do think he could be like a good Piccolo, but he don't know where the fuck to go. That's not good if it's just you two in the New World or the Grand Line or hell, even in the East Blue. You need to know where the fuck you are going. Zoro would need a leash. Let's see. Let's do this. We'll do a poll for that one too. Like I said, because I don't know. The thing about Goku's just so goddamn dumb, dude. It's hard because literally none of the Straw Hats would throw Cell a fucking senzu bean, even if they knew somebody could do it. Like, literally their son. Garp wouldn't throw Blackbeard a senzu bean and be like, you can do it, Luffy. Like, there's literally no character on One Piece. I won't say no character. There's a lot of dumb fucking characters. But even the worst parents I can think of, besides maybe Judge, that piece of shit. But I don't even know if Judge would give Cell a senzu bean. Goku's just dumb. Like, and I don't even want that to be representative of him as a father. But he's just dumb. Your son is getting his ass beat. He's just smiling, and Piccolo's like, Goku, I am literally begging you. Please realize that this is a step too far. Yeah, Kaido would. I'll give you that, Kaido. I'll give you that. All right, let's see. He was the first one to the sun. Who is the Nonag, you must be a Zoro stat account or something. That must be Zoro's alt account. Nonag said he was the first one to the sunny, though. So, can't say he's got bad directions. Like, you know that's not what the fuck happened. Damn, I think he could be a Piccolo. I'm not, hey. Somebody, I need to read some good reasons for why. Okay? But I'm okay with it. I don't think he would give Cell a senzu bean. So I'm okay with him being. There's one thing I know for a fact, though. This motherfucker, this lunatic needs to be in the Goku tier. He's just out of his fucking mind. And everybody voted for Nami to stay here because she wouldn't see Chopper as, like, you know, her kid. I think if she would see Chopper as a kid, it would be higher. But we agree that because she sees him as a little brother, she's going to hoe him. She's just gonna. It's just going to happen. But you guys want Zoro and the Piccolo? Goku got a second chance with Goten and still fucked up? He did. He did. And Luffy would too. He needs to stay right here. Why are Jay and Mel in this list? Hey. I love Zoro, but let's be real. He's top of sync tier, bottom of Goku at least. I need to see, like, yeah, I definitely need to see, like, a good reason for why he would be higher. Because the thing about that is I don't, like, Brook, I think, would be a way better dad. Like, that's the problem. Like, and I think he would be good at, like, giving, like, space and shit. Zoro would, like, give life lessons, but it would be too cryptic for, like, Chopper. That's what I think. Like, Zoro would, like, not cryptic, but it would be too simple. It would be too stupid. Yeah, not cryptic. The opposite of cryptic. Chopper would be like, hey, Dad, I really need to know how I can do better. And Zoro would be like, well, did you try trying harder? And it's like, that's not bad advice, but it depends on the situation. It could be really fucking insensitive advice. Like, you could just actually be dumb. Like, I don't think he's smart enough to be a Piccolo. That's what I'm saying. That's actually what I'm saying. It's also because he has literally no authority inside the crew whatsoever. Mel crashes out about this constantly. She argues with people so often that think Zoro is the first mate. And it's like, she always brings up how it's never actually been said that in the story and how the Straw Hats don't actually have any reverence to him. And it's true. If you go back and you, like, watch or read One Piece, anytime Zoro tries to give them directions, they clown the fuck. They're like, what are you fucking, shut up, loser. And it takes Sanji to have to be like, hey, so we should probably listen to him. For them to be like, all right, I guess he's not bullshitting this time. Zoro on his own? Nobody listens to that guy. Galen D, thank you for the $5 super chat. Zoro would raise Chopper in the mountains for as long as it took to fight some aliens. He would. He totally would, though. That's a good, he for real would, and he would be nicer about it. But I'm not convinced he'd be a good enough teacher. I don't even think he'd be a good enough teacher to teach Chopper how to do anything, though, for real. Like, do we think Zoro would be a good teacher? Nami is the actual first mate? Yeah, that's I just think what's funny about that is the fact that it's like saying Zoro's the first mate. Like, Zoro, like, that's something he would say, and it's something he would say like as a joke or something that he would say to just take something way too serious. I don't think anybody in the Straw Hats are calling Zoro like, yeah, that's our first mate right there. Okay. Why are there two Shishigis? We fucked up in the beginning. I can't get rid of them. Just pretend like, oh, hang on. Let me move. That might be the issue. Let me do this. And then move Eva-chan up here. And yeah, let's move you right there. And then everybody else is just wankers. Yeah, don't think about that. Don't think about those guys. 66% of people think that Zoro should be a Piccolo. He doesn't know where to go, you guys. You want to give your child, would you trust the person that you consider to be your child to go anywhere with this person? That's a huge problem. As dangerous as the Seven Seas is, if Chopper gets kidnapped, because I could totally see Chopper getting kidnapped from under Zoro's nose, and like Zoro would make it right. But I think, like, let's imagine a filler episode. Let's everybody be for real. Imagine a filler episode where Zoro and Chopper are on their own, and Chopper gets captured. What happens? Okay, let's just be honest about what happens. What's going to happen is Zoro eventually would save Chopper, but Chopper would spend most of that filler episode saving himself. He would spend most of it doing it on his own, and Zoro would just show up at the very end. To be fair, that's the same thing that had happened with Luffy, and probably the same thing that would happen with Nami. Albeit, I would say Nami's probably the top of the Goku tier for me, because I think Nami in a lot of Goku situations, she would just avoid them because she's not a fucking idiot. She's just Nami, you know? She's ready to hoe somebody, but she's not fucking dumb. These two are fucking dumb, and that's why I don't want my kid being watched by them. He's going to be lost the whole episode. That's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. That I don't think that would happen with Brook. I really, truly do not. When shit gets real, Zoro lays it down. True. But parenting, Isn't always about shit getting real. Zoro would be good in a pinch, but a lot of childhood isn't a pinch. It's just you needing someone to be there for you and teach you how to live your life. This motherfucker sucks at teaching anybody anything. You can just look at him and tell. He don't even got both his eyes. You want to trust that guy, dumbass, lost an eye? We don't even know how it happened, and I know it was something stupid. People think it's a cool explanation. Fuck no. He ran into a door or something. He lost his fucking eye. I don't want to trust my son with somebody that dumb. Okay? That's a big reason why I don't want to put him over here. Piccolo is he's smart. Piccolo's smart. Piccolo thinks about stuff. Zoro think about nothing but swords and breathing. Speaking of swords and breathing, Sanji over here is only fine dining and breathing. I think he dragged Chopper with him and they'd both be lost, and then they'd be lost in the desert. I feel like I vividly recall scenes in Alabasta where they're literally dying of dehydration in the desert, and it's just Zoro and Chopper. Maybe it's not just them, but let's imagine that it was just Chopper and Zoro and That's actually a good way we need to start thinking about this. Imagine we're in the desert of Alabasta and they're lost. Who would you most rather your kid be? I'm going to tell you this. Like, they're already lost. So that's the situation. You're already lost and you're in the middle of Alabasta. Who should Chopper be with? And I like how this is set up as it is. At the very bottom, we have Zoro. I would not want Chopper to be with Zoro. I would not want that at all. The very bottom. The next is Luffy, because that motherfucker jokes about Chopper being emergency fucking food. I don't think he'd really do it, but at the same time, it's disturbing that he keeps bringing that up. It wouldn't be something I would want to bring around my child if someone's always trying to eat him or joking about eating him. Then there's Nami, okay? Probably the best chance to make it out of the desert in the Goku tier, sure. But also, I just feel like she's... in that situation, I don't think a lot of her selfishness is going to come out. I think they're really just struggling, trying to find a way out. I don't have anything bad to say about Nami in that situation. Brook, I think, would be very helpful, just slightly more than Nami. I think he'd probably have some bone tricks. He probably doesn't need as much water or food as the other ones. Also, why I would place him there. Then there's Frankie, who could just build them a rocket to escape the desert. There's Jinbei, who could probably do some crazy water shit, or at the very least would just keep it together more than everybody else to help Chopper and him get out of there. And there's fucking Robin, who would literally, she would be siphoning water from cactuses just for Chopper. I like how this is set up. I don't think Zoro should be any higher. Chopper's going to get left in the lobby of the casino when Nami finally arrives, though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Zoro wouldn't throw Cell as Sensubin. He would cut Cell down. He would. I'll give you that. But none of these characters would give Cell as Sensubin. Goku's just fucking dumb. That's the problem with the tier list name. Luffy, Goku, and Naruto are the same. No, don't put Naruto in the same league as those fucking lunatics. Naruto, Luffy, and Ichigo are the Ace, Sabo, and Luffy of the big three. Ichigo is Ace, cool, older brother that was cut down in his prime. Luffy is Luffy. Don't need to explain anything else. And then Sabo is Naruto. A really good character that wants to make a difference in his world, okay? And his brothers are just crash outs. Or one of his brothers is a crash out, and one of his brothers just wants to be cool, get girls, and live a laid-back life. He's not trying to do anything high-key. But Naruto actually wants to make a difference. He's not a lunatic like Luffy. And he wouldn't give Cell a Sensubin either. What about a Gohan tier above Piccolo? That'd take too much time. We'll just go. And Gohan is a good dad, but also it's like, I don't know that I'd say he's a better dad than Piccolo. This isn't a survival game, though. You don't know what's going to happen with those motherfuckers. But you're right. It isn't. It's about the best parents. I just think that knowing them, it's going to turn into a survival situation. Eventually. Zoro does take care of Chopper. No, I completely agree. Zoro does take care of Chopper. And I would say specifically, but even with that logic, like ignoring the, who would you want your kid raising? Who would you want raising your kid? Even ignoring that, like, I just don't know that I would trust. Like, if Chopper and Zoro are together, I think I would be like, hey, somebody go get them. I think I'm still saying that. Somebody go get them. They need at least one other person with them. I think that's what Sanji would think, too. I think Sanji would be like, wait, who's together right now? And we just let them be by themselves? Where are they? I got to go help. Candy, thank you for the $5 super chat. You've convinced me. Chopper needs to parent Zoro anytime he almost gets himself killed. It was a number of people they'd kill for Chopper, maybe. If it was a number. Yeah. I agree. 100%. I like that. Zoro, it's not that Zoro, I think Zoro would be a bad parent or a bad person or anything, but it's that Zoro is not giving Chopper life lessons. That's a big reason why I have to put him here. Okay? Like, no life lessons. Luffy would give accidental life lessons. Zoro would give life lessons. I think he would. Like, I don't want to say no life lessons, but he would only give life lessons based on his own experiences. And because he limits his worldview so drastically, it limits what he can teach Chopper. And Chopper needs to know more than just how to cut steel or whatever nonsense Zoro would try to teach him. Like, come here, son, I'm going to teach you how to cut a sword. Like, no, Chopper wants to be a doctor. He wants to go to school. He wants to get his medical degree. He wants to be the best doctor ever. Like, Zoro is just going to... Zoro would cheer him on. He'd be a great dad in that regard, but he's not giving him any life lessons to advance him towards that. Zosan and Chopper, not a bad deal. Not a bad deal at all. Nika would hands down be the best on this list. Foxy Arc showed us that. She would. And the Foxy Arc did show us that because she was, like, comforting Chopper. That was before she even admitted that she fucked with him all the way. Everybody's saying Zoro was Piccolo tier. Listen, I might have to... I'm feeling like I gotta override that because I just don't... Zoro is also just a kid. For the meme, I mean, it's like... Doc is Azrael. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Zoro needs to go in Sig tier for the meme. Zoro stands will set chat. I don't know. I don't think I'm comfortable, like, putting him in the cigarette tier. But if he did go anywhere without Chopper, he would not come back. That's the thing. That is unfortunately the thing. But no, I don't think, but that's the thing. This is, the cigarette tier is reserved for people that deadass would just leave Chopper. Zoro accidentally leaving him is why he's going in the Goku tier for me. Like, he's just so fucking dumb. That the fact that he's so fucking dumb, the bottom tier could accidentally happen, like the tier below him could accidentally happen. That should be all we need to seal him in just the tier slightly above it. No, I mean, I haven't been Philip. I will end the poll, but I can't go along with that. I will veto any poll I don't agree with, but I just want to know where the poll stands, and I can't put him higher. I just can't. I can put him higher than Luffy. I can absolutely put him higher than... And you know what? No, I don't know if he's higher than Nami, but I will put him higher than Luffy. I will absolutely put him higher than Luffy. But let me pee really quick, and then we'll do this. I'll be white, black. Zoro is only 21. Caesar Clown would be in the CPS tier? Yeah, well, that's why he wouldn't even... We spent like 40 minutes on just Zoro, because I had to explain. People think he's like a Piccolo tier, and it's like, what would he teach Chopper? What would he teach Chopper? All right, let's see. Except Zoro showed he can multitask. Being a family man in Water 7, he's got to be at least higher than Luffy. Yeah, he is higher than Luffy. He is definitely higher than Luffy. He is for sure. He's higher than Luffy, for sure. All right, so let's see. And now we got Sanji. So let's see. Sanji. Ooh. All right, so, okay. The thing is, I can totally see him being in episode 7, Dawn to Dawn. The other thing is, he was about to leave the entire crew behind in Dressrosa for Viola. The other thing is, I kind of understand that. So, like, I'm not saying I would do the same thing, but I think it's better than accidentally leaving Chopper for sure. But here's the thing. And there's also, like, Sanji's whole character is about kindness. Like, I really feel like who Sanji is propels him up to this place just off just who he is alone, to be honest. Like, I really think it propels him off, like, just that. And then everything else about how he's good with kids, he cooks, and just the shot that was in the Ice Hunters video that we just released, and also just in the Ice Hunters arc that we see, of Chopper spinning in the chair of the new room that he got, and Sanji's just watching, like, just happy. And then the next couple scenes where they encounter the Phoenix Pirates and they're injured, and Sanji's like, hey, Chopper, you just got a new room, right? Why don't you go get yourself some patience? I know how much you've been wanting that. Like, that's just dad behavior. And remember in Water 7, this is after Zoro is like, hey, we can't let Usopp back in unless he apologizes. And nobody listened to him, like we were saying earlier. Nobody gave a fuck what he was talking about until Sanji was like, hey, so he kind of has a point. We should listen to him. So that happened, right? And so because of that, they can't go warn Usopp about Agua Laguna, that big storm that's approaching, right? So what do Sanji and Chopper do, right? Sanji and Chopper go for a walk. All right. And then on the way, they just so happen to pass by where Usopp was staying. Right. And then they start like yelling to themselves like, hey, there's going to be a storm coming. I hope whoever is in the vicinity to hear this, make sure that they're ready for it and they're safe. And then they agree not to tell anybody. Like, it's such a, like, hey, we're going to go do this, but don't tell your dad moment. Like, it's a Zosan moment for the ages for me, because it's like Sanji knew that Zoro was right and that they needed to let the whole Usopp situation play out. But Sanji also was not about to be, or he wasn't about to act like he didn't give a fuck. Like Zoro was dedicated to acting like he didn't give a fuck. Right? So I think absolutely Sanji would be at the top of this tier list, and just because of their dynamic, like Chopper's dynamic, like that alone puts him to the best. And I would honestly put him, I don't think I'd put him above Jinbei, just because Sanji's still, for all of Sanji's pros in being a parent, like, I mean, Sanji's just in general great with kids. Like, he really is such a good person and such just like a kind, like, person. He would be a great parent. But the only thing that doesn't put him above, like, he's still like, he's still self-loathy. Like, what blocks him from being up there? Like, Jinbei is just at one with himself, and he's peaceful, and he's mature enough to understand the right thing to do. Sanji hates himself. Like, full stop. Like, he just hates himself, and it's compelling that he can make it to the top of this list and still actually, like, just hate himself. That's a dangerous trait, and that can seep out in so many different ways. But at the same time, I just think, you know, in general, if I'm thinking of who would have to go with one of the Straw Hats, I would very much trust him with Sanji. I would very much trust Chopper with Sanji. The only way that he would ever not be there for Chopper is if some Whole Cake Island stuff came up, which is exceedingly rare for sure, but he would try to sacrifice. Like, Sanji's just too ready to sacrifice himself. That's why I can't put him above Jinbei. Jinbei and Robin would both be like, I mean, I would die for my son, but also, does that have to happen? Sanji is ready to kill himself for anyone. Anyone. Like, it doesn't matter. He's looking for any excuse he can to just fucking die. And that is so sad. But it's also why I can't put him higher than the actual two parents in the Straw Hats. But he's up there. And he would definitely do like the best job out of everybody. Chopper, you are yourself. We're not going to let you out there. I'm not even going to rate that. You are just a baby. You cannot go out there on your own. Usopp. What do we got over here? Okay, so Usopp. I think Usopp would be a Piccolo. That's what I think. Yeah, Robin should be in the Chopper's mom tier. But it just, like, that just feels like, you know, because we know Robin would be there. Like, she does deserve her own tier. Maybe at the end we'll give Robin that, because it's just so clearly Robin. Yeah, Sanji has his own baggage, yeah. Zoro's competent, but I wouldn't trust him with anything that wasn't 2 feet in front of him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying. If some woman comes along and says she wants to settle with Sanji, but she doesn't want a kid, Chopper is getting left on an island. I actually don't think that that's true. And I know why you think that, and I don't even, you know, I understand why you would say that, but I don't think that's true. I think the big part of why he was going to leave the crew behind for Viola has a lot to do with how much he just sensed that Viola is, you know, it wasn't all naivety. It's not. Like, Sanji has some moments where you think it's just, oh, it's just a gag. But if you really pay attention to Sanji, he is, like, really good at noticing when people are, like, they need help and they need something. And I think that was kind of what it was. I also don't think he would have actually fully left them, though. Then again, he just was. So I could be wrong, but I don't think that's true. I don't think so. How much have Usopp's grown since Surf Village? Yeah, and Usopp is great with kids. Usopp is genuinely great with kids. I would say Usopp is actually above Brook, actually, because Usopp would be able to be involved with Chopper. He'd be able to be like, "Hey, son, what's going on? You wanna play? I'll give you some life lessons." And it would be fun for Usopp. It would really be fun for Usopp, and they get along great. And Usopp would be able to teach Chopper so much because of how alike that they are. Like, he could help Chopper get over a lot of his fears and stuff like that. He would just undoubtedly be great. A goated parent like couple probably would be Usopp and Nami, just because like they would be like such a, like, I just like their dynamic, to be honest. Like, not off any like romance shit, just like generally those two together. Like, imagine Nami and Usopp together and they have to raise a kid. That's comedy. I don't care no matter how you slice it, that's fucking comedy. Yeah, Usopp and fan letter. I remember. We haven't seen enough Brook backstory. That's true. This could change with more Brook's backstory, because we still don't even know. Pinocchio Jesus would be an amazing father one day. Yeah. Platonic parents. Like, it would deadass be like such a fucking... That'd be a go-to fan. Like, Zosan would be funny for the same reasons. And if you look at the disparity between, it's not that, like, you have a really great parent, and then you've got fucking Zoro. But Zoro means well. Like, Zoro dead ass could be like, I still don't put him above Nami because he's fucking dumb. And the only thing that makes Zoro so stupid is his, like, desire. Like, he doesn't want to get smarter. That's the other thing, too. That's the reason why I really can't put him above Goku. There are some dumb characters that don't want to be dumb. Zoro is comfortable being fucking stupid. Like, he knows his lane and he wants to stay there, and I love him for it. I'm not going to lie. I'm just saying for this situation, it places him kind of towards the bottom. You know who's right next to him? This fucking idiot right here. He would dead ass. The difference between Zoro and Luffy would be, if you ask Zoro to watch Chopper, Zoro would be like, I feel like there's another person, but sure, I guess. Luffy would be like, okay, and then take Chopper and jump off a building with him. That's why that lunatic is at the very bottom so far. But yeah, Usopp would be better than his own dad, for sure. Yeah, I like that, Slasher Cat. That's a fact. Like, Usopp is just there. And he would be there for Chopper. So I like Chopper there. Then we got Kureha. I mean, it's canon that she's up here, but I just don't feel like I don't know. I feel like it's a cop out to place her above like everybody, but I do think she would episode 7 Don for Chopper. Luffy would raise his kids exactly how Garp did. I don't think he'd be that bad. But I think he's so dumb, I don't think it's going to matter. It feels disrespectful to place her any lower. Like, I'm not going to place her higher than any of the Straw Hats simply because, you know, we're trying to figure out who gets custody of him at the end and who would be the best. And, you know, we already know that she'd be a good mother for Chopper. And she was a great parent. I just don't want to put her higher because I feel like that defeats the purpose, honestly. Because we already know that she'd be great. We already know that she'd be really good. I just want to comment on her. I just wanted to make sure I gave her flowers, basically, because, you know, it's not often that a good mom in One Piece lives. The fact that she's still alive is insane. I will always give Kureha her flowers. Still wish she could have been Jamie Lee Curtis, but, you know, you win some, you lose some, I think. Top of Piccolo. She deadass could be top of Piccolo, but I think she deserves, like, that's deadass. That's Chopper's mom. I'm not gonna disrespect her. She deserves to be up here. I'll just put her at the back end, so she's not actually affecting any of the ratings for the actual Straw Hats. But I'm not gonna disrespect her like that. Yeah, Kureha's parenting style. I don't care. Don't be stupid, you moron. And I vibe with that. To be honest, I do vibe with that. If Luke didn't explode, she wouldn't have raised Chopper. That's true. Maybe I could. No, I'm still keeping it right there. Because it don't matter. We can't go at it like that. Vivi. I think Vivi would be a Piccolo. I think Vivi would definitely be a Piccolo. I think she knows Chopper. Ooh. Does Vivi know Chopper better than Brooke? Chopper's mom, Robin will kill her for that title. Well, that's why she's not. That's why I don't want to play. She's not going any higher than where she's at right now. She's a mean granny, and like mean grannies have their place. It wouldn't be a great life, but he'd be looked after. Yeah, dead ass Kondo. That's what I'm saying, and that's mine. That's my point too. So yeah. Taking a while to catch up to that. So, yeah, let's see. I can't recall any interactions Vivi actually had with one-on-one with Chopper. She was there for Drum Island. That's what I'm saying. I think the real fight is between... Because I don't think she knows Chopper better than Usopp. I think that's lunacy. But I don't know if she knows Chopper better than Brooke. Like, if we... And this might just be... because I think women are better than men at literally everything. I think I would put Vivi above Brooke simply because, you know, she's not a burping and farting skeleton that is sexually harassing every woman that she meets. That doesn't have anything to do with parenting. I would just take that into consideration if you were going to babysit my child, if that makes sense. Alabasta ruled by zones. Chopper would become her right-hand advisor, court doctor. Vivi would be episode 7. She would, but that's just, we got to jump through some hoops to make that. I think as it is, Chopper and Alabasta, he would just be looked after, and they would get along really great. And Vivi would just, in general, be, like, good to him. But I don't think we have a lot more to say much more than that. Whereas Usopp, we've seen them go through the trenches together. And we know how good of a parent Usopp would be. I don't want to put Usopp any higher because of that fuck shit that happened in Wano with, was it not Otama? What was that girl's name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Yasui's kid? Is it Toko? Is it Toko? Is that who I'm thinking of? The fuck? Yeah, Toko. Otoko. Yeah. So that shit that happened when he was when she was like, "Oh, I got this ointment, it can fix anything," and it's just her dead dad, and she's putting the ointment on, and Usopp's like crying, like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like, again, that's a heartbreaking scene, and that Usopp didn't mean for that to happen. But at the same time, it's like, I can't put you in episode 7. That shit was sad, dog. You gotta. And I think Usopp would be like, "That's fair. I'm happy to be this high." Like, and I don't think Vivi would ever be in something that fucked up. Let's talk about Law, shall we? He is going out for cigarettes and never coming back. Like, he would 100% look for... I don't think he would leave him unattended, and I think that he would make sure that Chopper is fine. That being said, I do not think we should give Chopper... I don't think we should give Law custody of Chopper. I just don't. He's too interested in looking cool. That's not... I don't want that in a babysitter, or definitely not a parent. Like, I don't think you should have custody over somebody. He's too ashamed to have fun with the Straw Hats. And I don't want that guy to raise... I don't want that guy to raise Chopper. So even if he really wouldn't leave Chopper, because I don't think Law is that heartless, I'm going to say for now he's at the very top. Like, he would lean out of this, but like he truly does not want to be a part of that. He parented Beppo, yes, and I've never seen somebody who's so clearly just, like, if that even is their dynamic. Like, maybe they're just like, brother, oh wait, no. Did he... I feel like I'm remembering like a flashback where they literally met and Beppo was like a kid. Even if he did just parent Beppo, I have a feeling Law is done. Like, he stops at Beppo. Like, he's literally like, yeah, Beppo, that's my son, and that's literally it. The rest of you, that's it. Luffy is better than Law. You know, when you put it that way. Yeah, okay. No, that's all you had to say. All right, let's keep going. Foxy! All right, so I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, this is so hard. The thing is, Foxy is gonna... Oh my God. Oh my God. The thing is, Foxy is gonna... In the Davy back fights, Chopper's life is gonna be in danger constantly. For no reason. Yeah, he's not evil. He's not evil, you're right. I guess we gotta put him in the cigarette tier. Went out for cigs and never came back. I think he could abandon Chopper. I don't think he'd take good... Yeah, I mean... All right, let's do this. We'll do a poll for this one. I don't feel comfortable putting him in the Shao Tucker tier. At the same time, you know... Like, these are just specific. Like, is he a deadbeat or is he a Shao Tucker? We know he's not a Shao Tucker, so that means he has to be a deadbeat, though, right? He's not. Is he a Goku? We want to put him next to Luffy and Law? Hold on. Yeah, hang on a second. I'm gonna end that poll. Hang on a second. God, this is be fucking... Dude, listen, if we give... Dude, listen. Listen, if we get... You're about to vote. I see the chat going crazy. We're about to vote on it, but listen. I'll actually go with whatever the community decides. I want to say that before I post this poll. I will actually honor the results of this, but choose wisely, please, God. Do we want Foxy in the same tier with Luffy, Law, Zoro, and Nami? Or do we want him in the Sigs tier? I don't think he's Shao Tucker. I personally don't, but at the same time, it's like, I feel like the Sigs are a good cop-out because he doesn't know Chopper that much. I could see him leaving him on an island. I could, out of everybody here, I think. And it feels wrong to have him up here because, god damn, Luffy really is just as bad as Foxy when it comes to endangering people. Like, I don't know. I don't want to put him up here, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm comfortable with us leaving him in Sigs, but he'd like Chopper, but he'd exploit his cuteness. Ooh, hang on a second. I think I fixed it. What about that? We like that? That's the exploitation tier. Straight up exploiting them. You're not evil, but you are 100% exploiting them. How about that? You like that? We like that? We fucking with that? We fucking with that? Fuck yeah. We like that. I'm going to end this poll. Everybody was picking Sigs because that's where I was at too, but I like this a lot better. Would we agree? That's what I was about to say. Would we agree that exploitation goes above Sigs or below Sigs? I feel like exploitation, this is some horrible implications, but is it better to be an absent parent or to exploit your children? Oh God, this is getting fucked. I'm gonna pose this question in the best way possible. Yeah, I think this is about to be so fucking funny. This is actually a really good question. This is actually a really good question. Would you rather, is it better to be Big Mom or Yasop? Okay. Like, who's the better parent? You just straight up exploit them? Or you just leave them behind. See, I think that's loaded. I think that's loaded. Ask Jeanette McCurdy. That's what I'm saying. I feel like that's loaded because, well, I don't know. Exploitation is like, I guess it depends on the levels. Like, I think just leaving your child is fucking awful, but also exploiting your kid is fucking awful. This is a horrible question to ask. Yeah, I don't want to vote either. I didn't read the question right. Yeah, let's get rid of that one. That wasn't like a hit like I thought it would be. I'm just going to ask the question straight up, like, which is better, so I can get like a better... I'm just going to be like, which is the better parent? Which is the worst parent? Exploitation parent or deadbeat parent? And that'll decide. Like, just off the, not thinking about scales, and this is not thinking about the scale of it, like, because it's hard, because when you think about, like, which would you rather be, Big Mom or Yasop, obviously it's like, you would rather be Yasop, because Yasop is just, like, he's just a deadbeat. But at the same time, just leaving a child can be absent, but would you rather your parent still be in your life? They just exploit the fuck out of you?
That's so dark, and I think I would always be. Yeah, so I think the big mom exploitative theory, like, I think I would want. I think people are agreeing to, like, and this is consistent with the same answer that we've been given in every poll. Exploiting causes more damage, though. Yeah, I agree, but I think it is worth asking. I do think it's worth asking. Sig splits it fairly, yeah. Yeah, I think everybody's. I'll let the poll keep going, but I think everybody's. Exploitation or deadbeat? Drake is both. Drake is still catching strays, dude. In the. Good God. It's crazy that he's catching strays in a One Piece tier list chat. Hey, Drake. Yasop left him with his mom in a safe village. Yeah, he did. Still a deadbeat. I still have problems, like, but it's the nature of parenting. I do think that obviously there can be a bunch of good reasons for why he did what he did, or even if we know everything already, that just means he's a flawed person or a flawed parent. And I would say that's still better than Big Fucking Mom, and it looks like the chat agrees. But I think the philosophy of that question is worth answering, or it's worth asking. You know, like, would you rather have an exploitative parent or an absent parent? I think that's a depressing question, and I think realistically the answer should be exploitative is worse, so you should pick the absent parent. But also, like, loving someone that isn't there, or perhaps even someone that you've never met before, is tough. It's tough, you know? That's why both these people are assholes. Big Mom is a great parent? What do you mean, bro? All right, that must be Big Mom's burner account. Drake only cares about people's kids. Drake is a huge Yuri Bonnie fan. He is catching strays in this chat. Why, Drake? Why did you have to fight Kendrick Lamar? We're still whooping your ass like a year later. What makes Foxy exploitative? I can just see him as exploitative. Like I could see him using Chopper for whatever he needs, and like that being the extent. I think they'd probably get close. And I think it'd be fun, but I don't think he would be abandoning him, and I don't think he should be higher than Woody. I'm just not going to lie. I just feel I'm glad we added that tier. Because nobody up here is going to, like, whenever, like, we end this video, like, we don't have to change any of this. None of these people would be down in this tier. Like, Foxy is truly the only person I would see being in that tier. And it looks like everybody, yeah, I agree with everybody in that poll, so we're keeping him right there. He wanted Chopper because he was cute, not because he was a doctor. True. Foxy would be chill, but occasionally do Davy Bag fights, not on a level of Big Mom who actively bullies her kids and eats them. That's what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, well. Yeah, it's not on the level of Big Mom, for sure. But I think the nature of exploitation, I just don't see them getting that close. And so then but since he'd be like on the crew, it's just, why is he even here actually? We had such an earnest conversation going, and then you guys made me put Foxy in here. And he's staying right there. He's in the Big Mom category. Like, he's literally only here for the meme. I'm not talking about Foxy anymore. Carrot. Okay. So Carrot, would Big Mom be on that tier? Absolutely she would. Carrot. Okay, so here's the thing. Carrot represents Zoe. Because she would be the leader of Zoe, so they would just go to Zoe. Okay, so keeping that in mind, so we almost have to, like, specifically not think about Carrot on her own. We have to think about all of Zoe. Okay? And Chopper going to Zoe. I mean, realistically, that's, like, perfect for him. But she wouldn't be a good parent. Chopper would parent. Yeah, that's what would happen, though. Yeah, just actively, she is more of a sister, so she can't. That's the Rugrats. That's literally the Rugrats. Oh, my God. I can't believe I'm doing this. I think Luffy might be higher than Carrot. Like, because obviously Carrot wouldn't leave him, and obviously Carrot wouldn't exploit him, and for God's sake, she's not Shao Tucker. But I think Luffy would be a better parent than Carrot. No, I'm tripping. All right, let's. I'm tripping. I'm not gonna do that. This fucking tier is fucking cracked right here. This is like I would fucking hate. This is a nightmare parenting like rotation. This is fucking nuts. Chopper is older than Carrot. That's the Rugrats. That's what I'm saying. Dead ass. But I couldn't do it. I was literally thinking about it, and I was like, Chopper just would have to parent Carrot. Luffy might get him killed. So that's not worse. That's by no means worse. Jay. Listen. I'm like, that's where he wants to be. Okay, that's where he wants to be. I don't even have anything to say other than I'll never forget the first time I heard Jay talk about Chopper. I was like, what the fuck? What is your beef with Chopper? And he was like, he doesn't do anything. He just sits there and he looks cute. And it's like, I get it. He's cute. Can you do something? And I'm like, damn, dog. I mean, shit. It'd be like, yeah, it'd be the passion, all of the passion he had for hating Chopper. I was like, I couldn't believe it. Then he transferred that passion onto hating Usopp. It was so quick. It was like in 3 seconds. He was done. He was like, all right, I'm done hating on Chopper. But I'm ready to hate on Usopp. The hate in Jay's heart, it's almost admirable, to be completely honest. And I would never, if he ever had custody of Chopper, I'd be like, somebody please either go with him or we gotta get CPS on the line. He might actually cook that mother. He might actually try to eat Chopper. Mel? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, hang on a second. From what I know about Mel, I literally cannot think of anything that would make her give up on her life to raise anybody else's kid. I could see if it was like her absolute responsibility, I know she's a good person. She would do whatever. But if you just gave her a reindeer, I think she would love watching Chopper. But the second it gets in the way, I'm not gonna lie, she might be in the sick tier. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie, she might go out for cigarettes and not come back. I just know how she feels about, like, nah, I guess she's it depends. It depends on how much Chopper's pretty much already, so it's not like an actual baby. So no, I don't think she's going out for cigarettes. I don't think she's doing that. You're right. I don't think she'd do that. Like, she would be very much, you know what? Actually, Zigzag, I like that. Mel would be too busy doing character analysis to raise Chopper. Like a psychoanalyst parent, I say Goku. I actually like that way more. Okay? I think Mel would be so focused on learning more about Chopper and also quizzing Chopper. So, hey, did your friends on the Sunny, what did they say? Are Zoro and Sanji fucking? I bet they're fucking. Okay. So she would love Chopper and care about him, but yeah, I think Goku tier is good. Yeah, I don't think she'd abandon Chopper. I was just thinking, like, if it's like I'm just knowing what I know about Mel, just giving her a baby, I think she'd be like, I think if you dropped a baby off on Mel's doorstep, I think she would literally open her door, and then I think she'd close it and then call somebody and be like, somebody dropped this fucking baby off on my doorstep. I don't know. Somebody got to come get it. I don't know. Now, if you drop Sanji off on her front doorstep, I think you could turn around for 2 seconds and Sanji would be gone. And you'd never see him again. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't see her door open. You wouldn't see Sanji disappear into the darkness of her house. You would just know that you would never see Sanji again. I like her in Goku. Wait a second. Luffy is still the worst person here. I think she'd be better than Carrot too. I think she'd be better than Law. I like that. I don't know if I can put her above Zoro because Zoro is such a good. I mean, Zoro is fucking dumb, though. I think I have to. Yeah, no, this is right. Women rule the world. I like that. That's fine. We can do that. The only reason Carrot isn't up there is because she's like Chopper's little sister, so there's literally no reason for her to have custody over him. Yeah, I like that, actually. I like that a lot. Dragon is a Sig tier. Absolutely. There we go. We got our first Sig tier. It took us a while. But we got our first Sig tier. I still think Law is leaving Chopper. I don't know. I think because if he knew he had to look after Chopper, I don't see him doing that. I see him trying to like get out of conversation with him and trying to pretend like he doesn't like talking to Chopper, because that's the type of loser that he is. Like he likes to pretend he's too serious. But Dragon is Goku. He would have been there under different circumstances. No, don't do that. Goku wasn't there for his kids because he died. Dragon is fully alive and he can't be there. It's understandable. Like, I really am done shitting on Dragon. But you can't deny he is, by definition, a deadbeat. Like, unless he's secretly been sending Don child support, he's a deadbeat. Just objectively, we got to look at the facts here. Okay? I'm not trying to shit on his character. If Dragon, especially after I watched Andor, one of the greatest television series ever, nominated for Emmys. If you haven't seen Andor, you should watch it. It's a great example of how, especially in this political climate with fascism just going fucking crazy, Andor is a great series. And if Dragon is doing an Andor, that's peak cinema, because we don't see any of it. We just see the different like the different shit that happens, you know? So if he's doing that, I understand. Ugh. Oh my god. I must have been talking for a while. Wow. Sorry about that. So, yeah, if he's doing an Andor, everything makes sense to me. And I love that. But correlating that with parenting, I don't know. It'd be the same, like, if I was thinking about someone, like just thinking about someone in Andor, if I'm asking them to raise my kid, I would never. They got a war to fight. And I don't even know, depending on how you're fighting it, you might not even win. So I don't know why I trust my kid with you. So he'd leave for cigarettes. But it's not because he doesn't care. He would leave and never come back because the war rages on. And there's Barto. Oh my god. I guess Barto. Okay. Chopper would be so safe with Barto, but only from what Barto could predict, obviously. Like, it's not that Barto is competent, he just would not let anything happen to Chopper. Or at least if anything did happen to Chopper, I think he'd end it all. I really think he'd jump off a bridge. I really do. I do not think he's in take Kirijo off of S tier, for fuck's sake. What? Damn. You mad at that? Why? That's his mom. Yeah, I think he'd be too busy fangirling for Luffy. He would be. But I don't think he'd be better than Carrot. I think he would be doing a lot of nonsense. I think he'd be dangerous. I don't think he'd be more dangerous than this maniac. We haven't met a single person more dangerous than this maniac. But Barto and Piccolo tier, he'd call grandma. She's too old? That's why you don't want Kureha here? Look, the S tier, that's for respect. Thank you for the $2 donation, Papusa Monkey, my dog. I don't know if I'd put Barto in Piccolo tier because, yeah, he's just kind of crazy. Like, you're talking about a guy that pees on Emperor's flags and spends his time. Like, I need you guys to think about this. Do we want Chopper to be in the company of a person that invades the strongest emperor of the sea? Like, if we don't think Blackbeard is, Shanks for sure is. Like, he invades Shanks' territory, pisses on his flag, and hands out Luffy merchandise to the people. Put this into today's terms, that's like him invading a country, peeing on the flag, and then handing out U.S. merch or just whatever. Which, I mean, I think the U.S. just does that, actually. But you can't do that shit. If he does that shit with Chopper, it's not... listen. Again, I still don't think he's more dangerous than this maniac. Would Kaido or Big Mom be better? No, they're not even on this list because they're actual monsters. Like, no. Yeah, like U.S. Yeah, people chant USA, USA, U.S. foreign policy, dead ass. And I don't want Chopper to be in the custody of the U.S. of the United States of America's foreign policy. Like, I don't want him to be around that. That's not a good influence, and he's not going to be safe there. So I think I'm comfortable there. I think Carrot would be better. I think Law would be better. I think Zoro would be better than Law. I think Nami and Mel would be better than both of them. I think Brook would be better because I think Brook would be better. I think Vivi would be better than Brook. I think Usai would be better than Vivi. I like all of this so far. I almost like this maniac really is just in a league of his own and being just a danger to everyone around him. And it's not even that he's that dangerous, and he is that dangerous. But the thing that bends me the most is that he doesn't care. Everybody else would feel bad if they got Chopper killed. I mean, Luffy would too, but everybody else would feel bad if they almost got Chopper killed. Luffy would be like, he would do that dumbass shit. Every time he almost kills his crewmates, he'd be like, the thing he does, every time he almost kills Zoro, Wadi Zoro. Like, he's just like, sorry. It's like, oh, Wadi Zoro. That's going to be him, Wadi Chopper. And Chopper is getting his ass kicked, like, every time Luffy does some shit. It's crazy how much he could not be. The only thing saving him from the bottom tiers is that he would make a genuine effort, and in his mind, he'd be a good parent. But no, he can't. He cannot be higher than this. Hero Luke, I don't know. He was kind of like a Goku, though, wasn't he? Wasn't Hero Luke like a Goku? Was he like a Goku or a Piccolo? Might need a new crackhead tier. He's just... Hey, in that case, lower Luffy to his own tier because he brought Chopper into two Emperor's territories. Dog, Papoose, that's what I'm saying. He dead ass. All right. I'll thank you for the $5, and you are correct. Should we make that motherfucker? If we do a crash out, I think that's fair, actually. Let's do a crash out tier. Ooh. Yeah, I think that's fair, actually. That actually, you know what? This makes me feel a lot better because you're going in there. You're going in there. Really, Carrot should not be here. You're definitely going in there. And again, yeah, I think... Yeah, I like how this is. I like that. Rick tier from Rick and Morty. I don't think that would just be... That could be necessary, actually. But I can see people... I could put that in the Crackhead Crash Out tier, actually. Yeah, Bart is definitely in the Crash Out tier. Yeah, I love you, son. Kaboom! Yeah, no, he's not. Like, hypothetically, if they were to only option... Like, hypothetically, if they were the only option, who would it be? What do you mean? Like, who would be, like, higher? I still like this. Again, I think Barto is more responsible than Hero Luke. Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. Luffy is still at the bottom. I was like, whatever the, like, he's still at the very fucking bottom. Like, it almost doesn't matter. Whitebeard, though. You pulled up to Marineford. All right, so I'm going to put you... Damn. Yeah, I'm going to put you... Well, he's not... Because this is who gets custody of him. So at the very end... But Whitebeard is a good dad. Okay? I have to put him... He would absolutely episode 7 of Dawn to Dawn, but he cannot be higher than the people that would actually get custody of him. Here, Luke Chopper more than Barto ever could. I like that. That instantly sold me. You're right. I'll put him over there. That tier would save Chopper from Jay, but also put him right back into danger. Oh, yeah. Jay is the only person in the Shao Tucker call CPS tier. If it's custody, you got to remove the deads. Yeah. I know. That's true. But you're right. I do. And I like that. Here, Luke. He would be a crash out, but I think I'm going to stick to that. I like that. I just want to, we know that that's where they would be, but it's who's going to go to him at the end of the story. So it's got to be these people. I like that. Like, hypothetically, Akato. But we know that Whitebeard would be here. We know that he would be. He doesn't even know who Chopper is, so there would be no reason. Like, it does feel weird for me putting him up there. And we know that Luke is a crash out. Like, we just know that. So I'm okay with that. Is there any other dead people here? No. Okay, cool. Yeah, Nico, Robin, and Akabe definitely are. We are all sons of Whitebeard. Yeah. I love you. Now fight Roger. Yeah, now fight Roger. Kuma! He's never going to get custody of Chopper. He's a goddamn robot. But let's say... We don't know! We don't know. He's still a robot. We don't know. So I'm going to put him up here. Let's assume... And I'm not saying I want this to happen, although after all of that, look, this is the saddest backstory ever. You know, some people, like, I was about to go on a rant. There are some people, I'm not going to say who it was, because I'm sure they get hot if they, but they said they were talking to people, and they were talking, I don't give a fuck. It's not like I know them anyway, but like I would like to know them eventually. But RDC, they were talking about who has the saddest backstory in One Piece, and they were talking about Kuma, and they were like, y'all, it's not Kuma. This is before the anime came out. They were like, y'all, it's not Kuma. It's not Kuma. Kuma don't have this. That shit was sad, but it's not the saddest. The anime came out, and then they were like, oh, that's the saddest shit ever. It's the top 5 ever. And I'm just like, so all y'all had to do was watch the anime for y'all to change your mind? That shit's crazy. And I think that's what's wrong with America, y'all. A lot of people, they don't be reading. They just don't be reading. We ranking Jimmy. Yeah, he's in here. But anyway, yeah. So I think the question is, was Kuma only a goat dad because of Jenny, or would he have done that for any kid? Honestly, it's because of Jenny. Only Bonnie gets the best dad in Kuma. I'm not sure that I agree with that. I think that Kuma, under the right circumstances, would absolutely be good and would get along great with Chopper. I see your point though, and I do agree that it's definitely deeper with Jenny, but I do think that he has it in him to care. He would traumatize her by lying and leaving him. I know why he did it, but still, what's the best interest of the child? You're talking about Kuma? I think that's different. I think if anything, yeah, I don't think that's the same as like. Yeah, he ran the church, and he literally was, like, basically taking care of, like, a village full of old people. So taking care of people is just what he's always done. He would undeniably be a goated dad. Looked after the Sunny for 2 years. Yeah. Get along is not the same as dad. No, I agree, but I do think he would be a good dad. And I think that him getting along would just be, like, better. Like, it's a lot. That's the difference. Like, because a lot of the people on this list, even, you can say that they might be a good parent, but they might not necessarily, like, go well. Like, Jinbei is a good example. He would definitely get along with Chopper, for sure. But the main reason that propels him this high is just how good of a dad that he is. Kuma is kind of this, like, the same, but for different reasons. Like, he's, like, he would get along with Chopper, but he's also genuinely, like, I think he'd be a good dad. Yeah, he's definitely Sanji tier and self-sacrificing. People keep asking about Kaido and Big Mom. Guys, those people are terrorists as parents. They should, I don't, like, putting them on here would just be for the meme. They're also inside of a fucking volcano. They would not watch Chopper. I mean, Big Mom might, but she would be in the Big Mom tier of exploitation, and Kaido would also be in the Big Mom tier of exploitation. They're not going to kill their own kids, but they would exploit them until it kills them. Vegapunk is dead, so he's not going to get custody of anybody. But I don't know where I'd put him. I think I'd put him in... I don't know. Yeah. Bon Clay, well, he's in prison, but we don't know what's going to happen. He's definitely not a crackhead crash out. He definitely wouldn't leave Chopper. He definitely wouldn't exploit him, and he's not Shao Tucker. I don't even think... Okay, so this is tough. I don't have enough to say that he would be, like, up here with the fucking goats. That being said, okay... I think Piccolo's a good place for him. I definitely don't feel comfortable putting him up there next to Kuma just because I haven't seen him do any dad shit, like, ever. He's never needed to, but just imagining him in a dad situation and even with Chopper, I think that could be interesting. You know? He definitely would keep Chopper safe. And even in that moment where he was scared and he left Luffy, first of all, I don't see him doing the same thing with Chopper because Chopper is just like, it's easy to leave a crackhead rabid dog fighting the warden of a jail. It's easy to leave that guy to his own fate. He decided to be here, so you shouldn't have to save him. But Chopper, come on. I don't think Bon Clay would leave Chopper ever. But it's easy. And that I know Luffy wasn't he had no hard feelings that Bon Clay left him because it's like Luffy was like, honestly, I didn't think I'd get this far. I'm glad you guys are still here with me. I've just kind of been doing shit this whole time. Yeah, he is the daddy of Impel Down. I would say I don't know if I put him above VV. I think I would. And they were getting along really well as soon as they met each other. But so was Vivi. I think I like that. We just need more of Vivi. I have no doubt that Vivi would be a great parent. But Bon Clay is like the thing about Bon Clay is I don't know, like he is, well, when it comes to self-sacrifice, dude, that he's up here with this motherfucker and this motherfucker. These three are in a league of their own when it comes to like, you need someone to die? I'll do it. No, we don't. And no one asked. And no one would ask you. We love you. Yeah, just because I like that, Sakazuki. Just because we would call Vivi mommy doesn't mean she's a better daddy than Bon Clay. And that is, I'm going with that. I like that. ASDF Yo You. Thank you for the first time chat. I think Chopper would be better with Luffy. Ignoring danger with Luffy, Chopper would have time. They would have fun. They would have fun. And I really want, Chopper and Luffy would have fun. And that's what would get them killed, okay? That's why he's right there in this section. That's why he can't leave this section. I don't think they'd actually die. But for all intents and purposes, I mean...
I just know something's going to happen, and it's going to be like, okay, well, they would have died for sure. Christian Fields, thank you for the $5 super chat. What about Kobe and Rayleigh? I think they might be interesting parents. We talked about Kobe and Chopper are both children, so them together would just be Rugrats. Rayleigh, I don't think Rayleigh wants to be a dad at all. Like, it makes me want to put him in the deadbeat category, even though I don't think he'd be in the deadbeat category necessarily. But I do think he'd be like, dude, Rayleigh's just a depressed alcoholic with his bartender wife. Goals, honestly, goals, okay? I'm not saying Rayleigh and Gabon are just living their lives, okay? And I just don't think they would let another kid come into their life. I'm not going to lie. I think they would do it, sure, especially if they knew, like, you know, this is the future Pirate King's crew, and, you know, or One Piece is over, so this is the Pirate King's crew, so, yeah, sure. But, like, yeah, no, I don't know. Chopper with Luffy might be as scary as Kid Luffy with Garp. I actually don't think Luffy would be as bad of a parent as Garp. But I just think that he's so dumb, it's not going to fucking matter. They're going to be in peril constantly. Yeah, Rayleigh is with Shaggy, so Chopper could rely on Shaggy, but I think that's cheating. I think Shaggy would definitely do good enough raising Chopper, but I also do think they would just kind of be a mid-parenting group, to be completely honest. I just think that their lives are like, they know how, they want to have their fun, and they wouldn't be bad parents, but they would be very much like being raised by your grandparents. Like, you would get some good values, but, like, you're not going to get, like, they wouldn't be as present as they maybe should be. Now we got Jimmy Scoops. Jimmy Scoops and Big News Morgans. Because Big News Morgans just commands Jimmy Scoops' life. So even if it was just Jimmy Scoops, it would be fine. Jimmy Scoops. Jimmy Scoops absolutely. I feel like I'm comfortable keeping him there. I think those two together. There's just a lot of shit Jimmy doesn't understand. Morgans is also CPS. That's the thing. Oh, that's a good point. If Morgans has custody, Chopper is in danger constantly. I think they got to be at the bottom because Jimmy would even out and be like, we're not putting Chopper on this thing that explodes just so I can get a picture of it, Morgans. We're not doing that. And Morgans would be like, listen, shut up and get me pictures of Spider-Man. But Jimmy likes Chopper. Jimmy's life is kind of so fucking chaotic, though. I can't put him anywhere other than, like, the very bottom of Goku tier. He's stranded on islands so often. Like, it's so rare that he even has a way off the island that he's on. I can't imagine letting him babysit Chopper. Just because One Piece is over doesn't mean that he's not, like, still in peril. I also want to say it's really awesome that at every, like, news place, there is a guy named Jimmy who is just a delight. Jimmy Olsen and Superman. Hey, listen, the will of Jimmy is strong. That's all I'm going to say. But I don't think he's equipped enough to, like, full on be a parent. I think he would have some golden moments, maybe even enough moments to propel him up this list to where he can maybe get that. But I don't think he's cracking Piccolo tier. There's just too much shit going on. But I don't think he would abandon Chopper on purpose. Morgans might. The big thing is, like, because Morgans is there, this is such a wild fucking card. Who knows? But if we're going just Big News Morgan, well, really we should go because that's how Jimmy Scoops would feel. But Big News Morgan's 100%, he would be exploiting Chopper, I think, for sure. So I think we got to put them there. Because Big News Morgan's 100% would just be like, whatever, what can you do to help us get that picture? Tashigi? Well, now here's the thing. We know how good she is with kids. The Chopper's a pirate, though. Chopper is a pirate. So what does that mean? Okay?
Is she episode? This is actually hard. I'm gonna actually defer back whenever I don't know. Because I actually don't know. Because I could totally see Tashigi doing an episode 7 Dawn to Dawn. She is the CPS. That's what I'm saying. She is the CPS. For me, I feel like she can only be, like, she's so responsible, put together, mature, and everything. She can only be one of those tiers. Like, she can. This is about to be a tough poll, I think. But this poll is about to fight. Because I can truly see her being up here. I don't see her getting past, I don't see her getting past Sanji, honestly. I don't, just because of how close Sanji and Chopper already are, and how kind and self-sacrificing Sanji just is. Like, he's built to be a parent. I don't see her getting past here if she is here. But if she's here, honestly, she's probably, like, right there. Because everything, the only person that might beat her is Usopp, because Usopp would beat her in, like, he'd be like the cool parent. But also, like, responsible and down to earth and everything, and he'd be, like, doing everything. And it's also how well that they know each other and how fun it would be. And it's also some conflict because he's a pirate, so I don't know how Tashigi would act, because she'd be acting dumb as hell sometimes. Her and Smoker be acting fucking stupid sometimes. We have to arrest you, and it's like, will you read the fucking room? We're on Punk Hazard. Will you help us or get out of our way, please, God? She did help take care of the kids on Punk Hazard. She did. It might not even be Tashigi who bullshitting all the time. She does try to capture Zoro, and for me, I'm just kind of like, I don't know why you're doing that. Like, but also I do know why. I guess I just want her to. That's actually good for her character, because if she was, it shows that she's not meek or like weak-willed or whatever. She still wants to challenge Zoro for it, because, you know, I get that. It's just the frequency to which whenever Smoker and Tashigi run into Luffy, it's like, how do you not understand that the problem isn't these pirates, it's the world government that you said. They have slaves that, like, they own slaves. Those are the people that you work for. Okay? I just, slaves. I know you know about it, okay? So why are you trying to arrest this Brazilian pirate? Yeah, he's a lunatic. Yeah, someone should stop that guy, but I kind of think maybe you guys should stop the slave masters that you work for before you go after this guy. Has nothing to do with Tashigi, but it's every time I talk about a Marine, I'm just like, you know, you are actually dumb. Like, every Marine is just a little bit fucking dumb to me. That's all I'm saying. Difference in worldviews, so maybe not dumb, but still. She'd be a top tier, but, like, she'd instill values we may disagree with that are ultimately harmless, you know? Yeah, I think it'd be something like that because of the Marine thing, right? I'm liking how people are saying Piccolo. We can keep her at Piccolo. I think maybe Usopp would be No, I think just practically, I would probably want Piccolo. I mean, I would probably want Tashigi more than Usopp. So I like that. Okay. I just think Tashigi might legitimately not know. That's true. I don't know, dude. I'm not going to lie. We've seen so much. For you to be in the Marines and not know that you work for people that own slaves, that's got to be the most convenient thing in the world for you to say that you don't fucking know. And if you did know, would you just quit? Like, because Garp knows, okay? And that's why I have a hard time giving any other Marine slack. Garp knows what the fuck is going on. He was at God Valley. If you are at God Valley, you should not be in the fucking Marines, dude. I don't care, okay? Tashigi and Smoker, maybe not. That's true. But the fact that Garp was on God Valley and he is still a goddamn Marine makes me give every Marine the fucking side eye. It's a shame shit with, like, Israel and Palestine now. Like, it's literally like you if everyone sees what's going on and you still want to act like you're on, like, the winning side and there's no problems with anything else going on, coward. Or deluded, I don't know, but bad. That's all I have to say. Bad. My God. Some things truly can just be black and white. If there's a genocide, you can be like, hey, this is wrong. it totally, if there's celestial dragons enslaving people, sometimes you just need a guy that'll punch the slave masters. We don't need a nuanced resolution to something that fucking evil. Some things in social change needs like nuanced solutions and like collaborations. When there are slave masters and genocide, sometimes you just need a crackhead that punches people. And instead, Garp is the crackhead that works for the slavers. And so that's why every Marine, I just kind of give the side eye, like, okay, you're doing something wrong, okay? And the fact that you don't want to say that, I don't know. But let's see. Dawn, she is not a crash out. She's a Piccolo. She's pretty easily a Piccolo, actually. Like, she's dead ass. Like, what she is just Piccolo, for sure. Like, that's literally, like, her entire thing is, like, she's Piccolo. In Garp's defense, he is part of Sword, and they did, in fact, turn into their... But do we know that Garp is a part of Sword? We need to know what he's doing. I fully believe Garp, when we get Garp's full backstory, I won't have the same compunction to argue about him. But until then, though, because the fact is, Garp might be saved, maybe, but even then, it's still like you watched Ace die, you didn't be like. There's still so many other things, but also I can see Oda fully fleshing it out. But the thing is, once we get this backstories for everybody, there are some Marines that'll just be okay with genocide. That's always going to be true. That's why I'm always going to have that critique. Just like there's always going to be real people that just are blissfully like they just ignore. Like, how can you ignore the horrible shit that your government is doing? Good God. Dadan is in episode 7, except she's a poor mountain bandit. Piccolo seems fail. Yeah, we never get a hard conform on Garbage and Sword. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we haven't yet. We eventually, of course, will. I don't even know if I think that he's in Sword. To be honest, I don't think so, because that's the whole reason that Blackbeard captured him and let Kobe go. Well, not the whole reason, but like they caught him and they're holding him hostage because Kobe was a part of Sword. So they weren't going to get anything for him. But capturing the Marine hero Garp, for sure. He could still be a part of Sword in secret, but I don't see it. Still a coward. In my eyes, still a coward, honestly. But again, they could, if they're not on Kuma's level, they can't pass Piccolo. Yeah. No, I like that. I would say if they're not past Kureha's level, at least past Kureha, they can't. Because passing Kuma is difficult. Oh, I'm not going to cap. To be fair. But I still think, again, like I said, I don't think Kuma would get past. I think it'd still be better for Frankie, Sanji, and Jinbei and Robin to have him than Kuma. But Kuma's still up there. Put Garp with Jay. He threw cannonballs at Chopper. He did do that. Oh, my God. Garp is next. Yep. Yep. There it goes. Garp and Jay can be their own tier right there. Couple of chopper-hating bandits right there. Duke Dresden, thank you for the $10 super chat. I watch your videos almost daily, so I basically owe this. Finally caught you live, and I hope to again sometime. Thank you so much, brother. You definitely will. It took me a while to get this computer fixed, but hopefully whatever issues I was having on Twitch was just the fucking bandwidth or whatever, and also hopefully I'll be able to get the chat on screen. But yeah, we'll be there, brother. What you mentioned with Garp is the reason why I really hope Oda nails Dragon and his resolution. I think he will. ASDF I think he will. What's up, OG Amish Lancaster? We're talking about, we're on Ivankov now. That's what we're doing. We don't know it's actually going to be Wanda. Don't lie to yourself. Wanda? She will train Chopper to fetch the legendary blade. She might. I see Jay has been put in jail. Yes, he has. Yes, he has. He has. He wouldn't want to be anywhere else, is also the thing. Okay, so Garp would break Chopper with his training. Garp, yeah, he would. What an asshole. Garp dead ass, yeah. Would Garp be better? I really, truly don't know. Jay just has malice. Yeah, I'm sorry. Jay might have to be at the bottom of it. He has I'm not sure I trust him to go anywhere with Chopper. He might dead ass try to make him emergency food. Garp would be bad for Chopper, but I do think he'd hold back enough to at least not kill him immediately. And you go over to Jay and he's just pulling out the fucking for no reason, right? I don't know if he hates Chopper that much, but the passion in his voice that one time, I don't know. Yeah, Jay has malice, Garp has means. Like, Garp is just like, when I was growing up, we went into the forest and we came out of the forest and we all had hockey. So you should be able to do the same. That's how Granddad, he's just a product of a different time. A more simple, like a simpler, stupider time. That's why Garp is a bad parent. Jay might actually try to eat Chopper. I can't allow that to happen. Ivankov. Let's see, where should they go? Ivankov. I think Ivankov would be a pretty good Piccolo. I think Ivankov. I don't know if Ivankov would be above Bon. I actually don't. I think Ivankov might be at the bottom of the Piccolo tier, actually, because Ivankov likes to have fun. And in a lot of ways, I think fun and dismantling the establishment board by board is really all Ivankov wants to do. But, like, they'll raise somebody, sure. But I truly think what they really would want to be doing is singing karaoke in drag shows and dismantling the establishment board by board. I think that's at the heart of everything Ivankov wants to do. And he can help Chopper with medicine. Right, Papoose Monkey. I think that absolutely can happen. I just think no matter what, Ivankov's going to be like, what's the funnest thing that I could be doing right now? And Ivankov's going to be looking for a way to do that fun thing. At the same time, I do think Ivankov's more responsible for, or more responsible than Nami, Zoro, Law, and Carrot. And definitely these fucking maniacs, so. Yeah. Ivankov would definitely make sure that Chopper is accepted, obviously. And again, kind of the same thing that Frankie could teach, like, not Frankie, the Jinbei would be like, hey, some people might be racist just because you're different. Ivankov can be like, hey, some people might be an asshole just because you're different, all right? Don't pay him no mind. Okay. He was here to raise one thing, and it's hell. Yep. Rayleigh and Gabon. Hey, that's a goated parenting couple. I don't know, dog. Hold on a second. I don't think they're beating Kuma. But that's a unit of a parenting team. That's a unit. That's both of them. Law is pretty responsible, but Law is too, like, he's just not fun. I'm not going to cap. That's what holds Law back for me. He is not fun at all. And, like, I do think that matters. Like, that doesn't mean that you'd be, like, a good parent. Don't get me wrong. But, like that's not everything, but it's, like, I don't know. You're so allergic to, like, being fun. A sex unit, yeah. Yeah, Rayleigh or Ripley and Gabon. My bad, Ripley and Gabon. Oh, did I say Rayleigh? Ripley and Gabon. You got Loki's mom up here? Listen, can I say? No, I'm not going to say that. No, I'm not going to say that. But yeah, Ripley and Gabon. I think that's solid for Ripley and Gabon. Like, that's really good because that's a unit. Okay, that's both of them. All right, now I think Gabon can equal Kuma because he straight up surrendered to save us. He did. So we know he did. He did. And Ripley is good with kids too. And Chopper, I don't know if we can put them higher than Kuma just off principle alone. The fact that they're up this high, I would just feel so safe if he went there with them, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if Chopper was like, all right, I'm going to go hang out with Ripley and Gabon on Elbaf, I'd be like, okay, have fun, Chopper. I know you're going to have fun, actually. Hell yeah, I think so. I don't know if that's both of them. They might be this. They neck and neck. This right here is neck and neck. The reason they're still not past the Straw Hats. Well, hold on. That's a unit, dog. It's almost unfair. It's two of them, bro. It's two of them. I think they'd be just with where we are now in the story, because we don't even know if Kuma's gonna get his brains back, dude. He's technically shouldn't even be on here because he's technically brain dead. I think they're still gonna do one more thing with him. I think even if the one more thing that they do with Kuma is give him like an actual death/funeral, I think that would hit and it would make sense. Maybe that's not what they do, but I think they are going to do at least one more thing with him if they're not just going to bring him back completely. And Oda is shameless. He doesn't give a fuck what you think. If he wants a happy ending for Kuma, he's going to give it to him. And hey, Oda, I'm with you. All right? People are going to call you sorry. They're going to say it's bad writing. Don't listen to anything. They don't know how to write. These people don't know how to read, Oda. Oda, if you're look me in my eyes if you're watching this. They don't know how to read, much less write your story for you. Don't listen to anybody. I'm not gonna lie, Kuma dying, that pain might feel good in my bones. I might maybe that would be a good scene, you know? Or it definitely would be a good scene. And his death, you know, him living, one could argue that would undo a lot of the things that he sacrificed, sure. But also, this your story, Oda. This is your story. You gave Sabo amnesia shamelessly. Then you gave Big Mom amnesia shamelessly. We didn't give a fuck. We rolled with it all. If you bring Kuma back and make him live his life happy with Bonnie, I don't give a fuck. I don't care what anybody has to say about it, Oda. And if you want that to happen, listen, Mugi Goof gives you the green light, Oda. You will get nothing but positive press from me, okay? I don't give a fuck how you do it either. I mean that with my whole heart. I see so many people talking about like, Oda, please don't bring Kuma back. And it's like, hey, hell no. We got enough sad shit going on in the story, Oda. You do what the fuck you want. All right, Oda? Don't let these YouTubers tell you how to write your damn story. You know what you want. Do what you want to do. Go ahead. I tell you, I swear to God, Oda, you ain't gonna get nothing but positive press from me. I will praise that decision. But yeah, we don't know what he's going to do. So realistically, I would say Gabon and Ripley are above Kuma because right now he's just a robot. But if that gets replaced, maybe we got to But realistically, it's just one or the other anyway. So I'm just going to leave them there. How did Valenti end up in Goku? Because she'd be too absorbed in her research of Chopper. That's what we went over. She'd be way too absorbed in her research with Chopper to properly parent the reindeer child. You need to move Dragon up. He did well with Sabo. He did. But actually, we don't know that he did. We didn't see that on film. We just saw, we know what Sabo told us. We didn't see Dragon raising Sabo. We just heard Sabo say, Dragon raised me. He might still just have amnesia. It might be fake memories of Dragon raising Sabo. You don't know. I don't trust any character that just came into the story when it was halfway over and Dressrosa and he's like, hey, Luffy, remember me? I don't trust any character that does some shit like that. Yeah, I feel like that was a village project. Yeah. Yeah, and Eva. Yeah. I think everybody, I don't think that, it's not that I don't think that Dragon helped, but if it's just Dragon and Chopper, I'm not about to lie to you and say that I feel good about that. I'm not about to, I don't even know how much fun they would have together. Like at all. I like that it being a village. Now, so if you give custody to Dragon, you get the village. True. But Eva's on here too, so we're going to go off he just needs to be in the cigarette tier. I don't know what, if it's just Dragon, I'm not trusting it. Whereas if it's just Eva Chuan, I trust that. Like, the only one that gets the argument was Carrot because she deadass has Zoe. But even then, like, you have to look at just, like, her example of parenting. So I would still put her here because she's literally just, like, she's not going to raise Chopper. She's his little sister. Sabo was the pack of cigarettes. Christopher Clayton, thank you for the $2 donation. Sabo was the pack of cigarettes. And he deadass would be the same pack of cigarettes that he leaves Chopper for. Marco, on the other hand, well, goddamn, that's a Piccolo if I've ever seen one. These two characters, Dadan and Marco, are just the Piccolos of One Piece. They deadass took on responsibilities that they didn't have to, and they did it so well. So well. Hell, Marco took a whole village. He took a whole group of kids and raised them because he was like, that's what Whitebeard would have wanted. That's fucking so crazy. He would make Chopper feel so at home. Marco would be the best person outside the relationship to the Straw Hats to like actually raise him because he's just so personable. And he wouldn't really even need to get to know Chopper that well to be that person because he already did it with Whitebeard in his village. Usopp is too low. He has Kaya back home waiting for him, and she would help raise Chopper. She's loaded and also training to be a doctor. That is a good point. Oh, my God. Okay. I think I'm going to put... The only reason why I wouldn't, because we have to, like, I have to judge it just off of, like, fuck. That's really good, though. I'm not going to lie. Fuck. Who said that? Hang on. I have to fucking... Sakazuki? Dude. That's a good fucking point. It's not just... I just think that'd be a good place for Chopper to be. And I think Usopp would... Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm not rating Kaya, but that's where he would be. I think oh my God. Yeah, I think I have to keep him at the like top of Piccolo tier because this unit of parenting, like this section of parenting, doesn't need any help. They could do it anywhere. Usopp is only under the specific, like he's only this high if after the story Usopp and Kaya end up together and they're in Syrup Village. Like that's the only way he gets this high, and even then, like these people would still do feats that would be above and beyond what he would do, with the exception of maybe Gabon and Ripley. Yeah, that's like the only exception of the... Well, Gabon and Ripley and maybe Frankie. Everybody else is doing above and beyond. She would not protect Chopper from the Marines. That is true. I don't like how... She would just be good to, like... That's true. She would kind of be like a Garp. Yeah, we need to move her a little bit lower, actually. Or actually a lot lower. I think she would do it, but they play too much about the Marines, bro. Like, they play too much about this fucking... the dynamic pirates have to be arrested by Marines. Dead ass. Like, I think if she, like, literally had to... Man, I don't know. It's hard for me. I want to say I don't think... Oh, no. Let me ask the chat, actually. Because we do need to get it. We're almost done, but we need to get to the bottom of this, actually. Do you think... Would Tashigi arrest Chopper? I want to know. LB, thank you for the $5 donation. I feel like Tashigi is way too high, especially compared to the other characters on that same level. Bottom of Piccolo at most. I like that. Bottom of Piccolo at most. I like that. I just can't. She would. So if she would arrest Chopper, then she's got to be down here. She literally has to be down here. I think she's above Carrot, but she's just above the Crackout. Because this is like if she begrudgingly decides to like raise Chopper and stuff like that, she would be a good parent, but like, damn, everybody says she'd arrest him. I don't have an argument. I don't know that she would. Everything we've seen in the story suggests that she would. That's hard to hear, but it really does. She's nice to children who are like victimized, and probably just children in general. but Chopper is a child. He's a pirate. He's rightfully actually like a pirate. I don't see like her going with Tashigi. She'd probably, yeah. We see him as a child. I don't think Tashigi would. Yeah, damn. She goes probably literally right there. If we're assuming she doesn't turn him in, I think I want to keep her there. Boosa Monkey, thank you for the $5 again. Wait, no, remember Tashigi can be stupid and think Chopper is a pet that needs saving. Yeah, but how long is that going to last? And if that's I don't know if I want my son being raised by somebody that dumb. If that is true. This poll is close as a bitch. We really don't know if she would arrest Chopper, but the chat is saying right now, yes. I'm conflicted. I really don't know if she would. This is also when it's all over. That's another thing we have to consider. Who knows what happens when it's all over, but also that's not fair because then we're just inventing things that haven't even happened in the fucking story yet. So I don't. But that's important to realize. Chopper is a child to us, but he's like a member of the Straw Hats. Like, he just is. So my gut tells me she wouldn't arrest him, but I think that's just because I don't think Oda would ever write a storyline that stupid. I don't know if that says anything about Tashigi, what Tashigi would do. All she knows Chopper isn't a pet. Yeah, radical pirates. Don't give her too much credit. As far as we know, she'd arrest him. This is about how much we can trust. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't think it's like call CPS worthy, obviously, but I don't think she would exploit him at all. And I don't think she'd abandon Chopper. And she's not a crash out. I think the only place I can kind of put her is right here. I think probably the very bottom of Goku. Probably the best. It doesn't quite fit, but I think that's the highest we can put her. Yeah, I think we're going. Most people, that poll is neck and fucking neck. But that's a good point. I'm glad you guys brought that to our attention because I feel a lot better with that. Damn, this is some bums right here. Then, sorry, Mel, but this is the category of people that should be better, and yet they all for some reason choose not to be. Maybe we should move Mel up. I just don't know. Everything I know about Mel suggests she would just treat Chopper like she would raise Chopper specifically so that she could learn things about Sanji. I could be wrong, but since she's not here to defend herself, I gotta keep her right here. Mortal Sniper Snakes, thank you for the $5 donation. Are we ignoring the fact that Sanji would leave Chopper for a woman? We talked about that. I don't think he would. Personally, I do not think that he would. We talked about the Viola thing. I think that was an example of Sanji knowing instinctually more about the situation going on or with Viola, at least to the point to where he would stay until it was resolved. He didn't know that consciously, but I don't think, and it was played as a gag, I don't think if Oda would have let that situation play out, I think he would have had a gag reason for having to return to the Straw Hats. Or Nami would have just showed up, slapped him, and be like, what are you doing? Let's go. And Sanji would be like, yes, Nami Swan. Like, I don't think the gag would have went that far. I don't think that was ever I don't think that was ever true. I also don't think he would ever just leave Chopper. I just don't think he would ever do that. And remember, he was leaving the crew, not leaving someone that he was responsible for. He was leaving the crew, a bunch of people, and again, as a gag, but he was, as a gag, leaving the crew of people that knew how to fight, people that were safe without him. Because Zoro was still there. If it was just him and Chopper, I don't think he would leave him. He would use the fact that he's a good father to get women. I actually don't even know that he's like Sanji. The best part about Sanji is he's not like he's so not a misogynist that he doesn't like the ploys that like a lot of straight dudes use to like talk to women. He doesn't even think about. Like we've never caught Sanji like an aside of him thinking about how he can appear to be cuter so that he can or like more sexually attractive to other women. That's never his inner monologue. It is always first, how do I make sure this woman knows she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And that's as far as the thought goes. It's never what he can get. It's always how he can explain how a woman is the center of his universe. He's never thinking about what he can get in return. He's always grateful for what he can get in return, like, you know, either their attention or a kiss on the cheek, but a lot of times that's as far as it goes. But he never thinks about anything from what he can get from it. He only thinks about it as, like, what he can give. And that's why he's one of my favorite characters. Doc Azrael, thank you for the $5 donation again. Sanji would dead-ass use Chopper to pick up women in supermarkets. I get it. I just explained. I don't know. You're not wrong for thinking that can happen, but I don't think he would do that. I think that maybe that'd be a gag. Maybe he'd do it. I can see the gag, but I don't think. I think just because of how his brain works, I think it's more likely he would just be a good father, and like that would just make people's panties fall off on its own. He's more of an appreciator, yes. One of the few times Sanji isn't girl crazy when he's taking care of kids. Yeah, because he really does take care of kids, and he's really good with kids, and he doesn't do that with the thought in mind of this is gonna get me women. You know, that's never what he thinks. That we never get that thought from him. Jay Face is also making me laugh. This shit is funny. Yeah, I'm still laughing at that image of Jay. Sailor Peabody, thank you for the hydrate. I don't know how long ago that was. I've been trying to... Twitch was fucking... All right. Right. Zoro did babysit in Water 7. He did. The thing about Zoro that's so tragic is I think he has everything in it to be a Piccolo. The problem is he's so goddamn stupid. There's no way I can say that he'd be better than Nami. There's no way I can say that he'd have like the whereas Nami would be too like focused on what treasure she could steal, Zoro would dead ass just get lost. Like that's not to me personally, I gotta keep that dumbass right there, dude. He's lucky he's not as low as this fucking maniac, the actual menace in this fucking tier list. Everybody else that's worse is just actively like a bad person for some reason, except for Dragon. He's just, you know, he's fighting a war, whatever, and Jay just wants to eat Chopper or he hates him that much. But everybody else is just bad. He's just a maniac. Like, so Zoro's better than him, but like, yeah, lots of parents are stupid, but caring isn't about brains. I agree. And that's why I do think he's better than, like, this tier isn't even, like, bad, to be honest. This tier is just, like, I'm not going to worry. I'm going to have maybe, like, one or two worries for each of them. And it's going to be, like, this tier is, like, I have a worry, but it's, like, very specific. And it's, like, that worry might not happen. Like, if Alabasta is in danger, Vivi might be distracted, and she might not be able to raise Chopper in an effective way. Very specific. Bon Clay, if someone else is in danger, maybe Bon Clay ends up hoeing Chopper. I don't know, but it's right. It's very close, and I don't even think that that's even reasonable to say. The Dawn, the only reason is she's just a mountain bandit. That's why I would worry, but it's not because she can't be a good parent, because she raised Luffy. We know that she's a good parent, but it's like, you know, there's not a lot she can do just as a mountain bandit. So everybody's got specific things. And then this tier is like literally anything you throw at them. I think they're pushing through it. I think they're pushing through it and being the best parents ever. Like it doesn't matter. So this tier got some things that I would seriously worry about, but they could still get the job done. And all in all, it's probably okay, but it's like, you're probably going to worry. This tier, one very specific worry, and this tier, no worries at all. Yeah, very scenario-specific worries. That's the Piccolo tier. That's the A tier of this. Okay? The S tier is like literally no worries at all. Like if it's just Sanji and Chopper's making it back alive. Sanji might not, but Chopper's going to be fine. If it's just Chopper and Jinbei, I think both of them are making it back. If it's just Chopper and Robin, I think both of them are making it back. And if Robin has to do something, like it's going to be sad, but they're going to do an episode 7 dawn to dawn. Okay? That's what's happening. Garrett is younger than Chopper. That's what I'm saying. That's why I would put her But I still think she's better than the cop that might arrest her. Or I still think she's better than the cop that might arrest him. I still think that's happening. Yeah. So that's why and also, Carrot's definitely going back to Zoe. Maybe they don't go back to Zoe. That's why I'm saying, that's why I can't put her higher. Because if they just go anywhere else, that's just the Rugrats. That is literally just the Rugrats. But now let's talk about Mihawk, who, I mean, this just feels right. The thing is, if the only way that he wouldn't abandon Chopper is if Chopper was on his island. I think if it was any other situation, Mihawk is leaving Chopper. Nami, Mommy is top tier. I don't think Nami is as high as Jinbei or Robin. I truly don't, to be honest. I think Nami has it in her to be Piccolo. That's why she's, like, right here. But, like, I just don't know. Like, I don't know if I can put her higher. And honestly, look, Nami and Mel, that's Mel's favorite character. This is poetry. That tells me we did a good thing, all right? That tells me this is right here. Because if I move Nami up, then I got to move Mel up, probably. So I think this is right. They deserve to be right there. Mihawk didn't even want to have Zoro and Paroma, but they had to be flung to his house. That's what I'm saying. He couldn't run from them because they were at his house. This was a close-ass chat, dude. Oh, my God. Or a close-ass poll. Would Tashigi arrest Chopper? People have spoken. Look, she's as far as that's as low as we can take her. So we got her there. Nami would rob Chopper on the daily basis. I don't think she'd do that. I mean, if she did, it would be a gag. Or because Chopper doesn't understand the concept of well, he does. But she would use that as her justification. Nami's big sister vibes, not parent vibes. That's what I'm saying. And as I will repeat again, this is not any Nami haters. You get out of here, you bastards. That's not what we're doing here. Nami is wonderful, okay? She is amazing. She could have Conqueror's Hockey off of her face card alone, all right? I will not have any Nami slander. I'm just saying realistically, if Nami and Chopper are somewhere, Nami is getting them into some hijinks. She's getting them out of hijinks for sure, but if she gets in over her head, they're just hoed. And I just think that Nami, sometimes she does that. She would expect other people to bail her out, and I just think, there's something that she wants more than being a parent to Chopper, and it's treasure, okay? And that's why I can't put her higher. No, she wouldn't sell Chopper, but she would, depending on what your meaning of that, depending on the meaning of the word sell, like she wouldn't literally sell Chopper, but if you're saying like, oh, you sold me right there, oh, you sold that, yeah, she would sell Chopper down the river if she had to. Nami is also my favorite kleptomaniac. It's between her and Sly Cooper. Zeph, that's a Piccolo if I ever saw one. I would say, yeah. Actually, I think, is the Don better than, this is the real question, because I think they would be, this is the real question. Is the Don better than here? We got to do it again. We're almost done, though. We won't need a poll for, well, I'll say that. We don't know. We're almost done, though, but we got to do this. I know which way I'm leaning, but I want to see what you guys think. I won't even say what I'm feeling before. This was going to be a video. I'm glad I could make this into a live, though. This is fun. This is really fun. I was just going to make a video about this. Damn. Oh, I thought Zeph was at 100% for like a whole couple seconds. I feel like I know which way this is going to lean. Our opinions have been pretty alive. Other than where to put Zoro, we pretty much agreed with literally everything. Yeah, I'm thinking right there. The only reason I wouldn't put him above Marco is because he would probably give Chopper some tough love, beat his ass up with the peg leg that he has. Dodon would too. You know what I'm saying? But Marco wouldn't. Usopp wouldn't. Bon Clay wouldn't either. Bon Clay, Vivi, Brooke, and Eva wouldn't either. But they're just like, they got their own shit going on. And again, those very specific scenarios kind of more prevalent. Bon Clay is just ready to go to jail for everybody. I don't want the person raising my kid to be like that. A great friend. I don't know. He sacrifices himself to the law so often. I would be concerned. Vivi has an entire nation to look after, so I'm specifically worried about that. Brooke's a goddamn skeleton, so you can just name any reason in the world related to that, and that will be why I have concerns. And Eva likes to party a lot, okay? Doesn't mean they wouldn't be a good parent. I just think that, like, that being the case, like, all of that, like, they just want to do karaoke and stuff. And same, to be completely honest, I don't think that makes them bad at all. And again, to be fair, that's just the only worry that I have. But also, Eva's a part of the Revolutionary Army. But this is after One Piece is over. So yeah, it's just karaoke whenever that. But I mean, even then, Chopper can be at the karaoke and the drag shows. So, but I just think in general, Eva would be more interested in having fun, so I can't really push them higher. Everybody else higher than Eva would place the responsibility of parenthood over having fun. I don't really know that Eva would, if I'm being honest. I don't really know that they would. I even think Nami probably would place responsibility over things sometimes. Not every time, for God's sake, but sometimes. And Eva, I know, would sometimes too. I would even argue more than Nami, but I don't think more than these people. If the war is over, then Dragon has no excuse. The thing is, we haven't seen him do anything other than go out for cigarettes and never come back. So I agree with you. I agree, but that's not the story. We haven't made it to the part where he's revealed to actually be a good dad. When we make it to that part in the story, we can come back to this tier list. And then we got last person is Kinemon. And I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't think he might I don't know. He might be a crash out. You know how much the samurais are trying to kill themselves. All right, hang on. We got to do something here. Final poll of the night. I just feel like I've used all my brain power. He's not. I don't even know why I'm putting this. Maybe he would be. If people think he would be that. Crash out? He be trying to. That's what I was gonna say. The whole like Wano is just samurais trying to kill themselves, and then Kinemon being upset that he can't die. It took Usopp being like, "Are you fucking stupid? Like, just live. Why do I have to explain why it's a good thing to live, you idiot? Stop it. Just live." Though he was a very good adoptive, like he was a good Piccolo to Momo. But that's because of his allegiance to Odin. If you give him Chopper, I don't think he's going to be a bad father. I don't think he's giving a shit as much as he did for the heir to Wano, though. Just being realistically, it's arguably the only reason he was even that good of a father to Momo is because he thought he was going to fulfill his dream of killing himself at the end of the story. Which I just feel like if that's even your dream, even at one point in life, if your dream is to just die a samurai, you got to get bigger dreams, brother. You got to get bigger dreams. That's not a reasonable dream for anybody to have. Samurai culture, sure, but like, you want your kid being raised by that? Yeah, if Luffy asked him, he would. I think he has the same type of respect for Luffy. That's a good point. And I could see it. I'll go with whatever you guys decide on this one. I mean, I feel like he would either, well, actually, I don't know. And he's actually fighting in these polls. This is actually the closest poll ever. There's 3 options. So he's either a Goku or a Crash Out. I feel like people are coming around to him not being. He was a Piccolo for Momo, but that was it. I don't know if he'd be a Piccolo for Chopper. But that was a good argument for why he would be. This is so crazy. It's perfectly balanced with Goku and Crash Out. This is crazy. Well, I guess we'll just let it sit. We'll wait. We'll see what the fuck it comes. This is close. Topping Goku and bottoming Crash Out. Kidamon's legs and Crash Out. That actually might be fair. It's literally went from Goku to Piccolo to Crash Out, like all within, like in the same second. That's crazy. He is very similar to Zoro. This is so crazy. It could still go either way. Are you guys joking? He took good care of Momonosuke. He did. Bigelow Tier is just a really good uncle. Unlike Zoro, though, he is very lucky, and he knows where the fuck to go. That's true. It does hurt me that Zoro is not even, like, I guess this low, but, like, what the fuck was that? It's not that low, though. Like, it's like, if you look at it really, like, Goku's a good dad. That's what I was explaining. Goku is a good dad. He just gave Cell a senzu bean. And, again, I don't think that Zoro would be that dumb. I just think Zoro is dumb. So, like, something would happen. He did try his best with Momo. Y'all are fighting in this poll, dude. I don't know when to call it. It's 100 votes. I'm going to call it 5, 4, 3, 2, Savanch. 100 votes. And let's see what the option was, because I forgot what it was. Or what the answer was. There it is. He is a Piccolo. Damn. All right. He's I can't put him higher than the other, because I got some specific worries with that guy. Honestly, I don't know. Let's go. We see the fit Kitamon. Hold on. Can we do this? Hang on. I feel better about that. I feel better about that now, actually. I feel like we get the best of both worlds there. The chat can be happy, and I can be happy too. Yeah, I think we get the best of both worlds there. And we see the fit, Kitamon. He literally is on there. I can't wait to take a screenshot. Somebody take a screenshot of this. I'm definitely taking one too. This is so fucking funny. Christopher Clayton, thank you for the $5 super chat. I don't want to slander Kitamon, but hold on. Move. I don't want to slander Kinemon, but in what way was he Piccolo to Momo? How do you lose a child so badly and they become a How do you lose a child so badly they become a dragon? That's literally what I don't know. That's what the chat decided. I was trying to put his ass either in Crash Out or Goku. But they got his ass in here. And Gohan did become a giant ape. Listen. Hey. You got a goddamn point though, but hey, I'm not gonna count. We got him in both here, so he's got the potential. The only thing I don't like, to make this joke make sense, we gotta keep him right here, which means he's above Brook, which I don't think he's above Brook. I don't think he's above any of these people, to be honest. Let's figure out how to make this make sense. Hang on a second. So if I did that, and then I would need like 2 more people in Goku. To make this meme make sense. But Boosamunga, thank you for the $5. Just like the invasion, Kinemon would raise Chopper the right way using the wrong formula. I'm thinking about 2 more people we could put in Goku just so I can make this meme. Hang on. Let's see. All of this for the joke is crazy. And yet we must do it. I cannot believe that that poll was so fucking... That was so close. We could do... Let's do Rayleigh and Shaggy. We could put them in Goku. Yeah? This is so funny. I'm doing all of this just for the fucking meme, dude. This is so funny. We can definitely put them in Goku. They're going to be... Where would they go? They would definitely... Well, yeah, they'd be in Goku. They would be in Goku. They would be like... I think they'd actually probably be... No, they'd be better than... Yeah, I think that's fair. Realistically, they're probably at the top of Goku, right? Like Rayleigh and Shaggy? I think they're realistically like at the top of Goku, right? Oh, Doc Azrael, thank you for the $2. This is your list. Put top half in front of Zoro. That's true. This is my list. But that's just... I don't want to lie, though. And Mayo Nation 88, thank you for the $2 super chat. Literally let his ward get kidnapped by Caesar. He's a bitch ass clown. Shanks, I like that. He's back. No, he's not getting those. I like Shanks in the Goku tier. Because I don't think Shanks would, especially if Luffy asked him to look after Shanks, or if Luffy asked Shanks to look after Chopper, I don't think Shanks would abandon him. I think he would absolutely look out for him. God. These pictures are so, whenever they do this, they just save in like such stupid ways. That's why I had to get so many duplicates. Let's do this one. But I want this picture. I truly want this picture. Awesome. And so that means, so Shanks would be, I really think Shanks would be like right there, actually. I think Shanks would be like right there. Just above Siggs, he left Uta. Oh, he did. Fuck. All right. We got to find one more Goku then. That's just canon. I'm sorry, dude. Shanks above Zoro because he'd be above, but no, he is a deadbeat. But I don't think that Shanks would do that to Chopper, but he did do that to Uta. But he did do that to Uta. That's kind of hard. Yeah, I kind of can't. Because man left his daughter. Yeah, no, I guess he's got to be there. Fuck! I'm literally just adding people for the meme, and I fucked that up. All right, who else can we put in this bitch? It's got to make sense. Me? Yeah, that would be good. Well, I already got, because Big News Morgans is in there. Buggy, yeah, it's not literally me. I would be in Goku. Crocus, Buggy? Crocus is good, though. Crocus and well, he doesn't even know. Crocodile? No. Yasop. Buggy, he just wouldn't. Like, he deadass just wouldn't. Buggy's got a lot of personal shit he's got to figure out. Buggy, Vegapunk, Chopper, self-supremacy. Ooh, that actually does. Chopper just on his own. He doesn't fucking... I like that, actually. Chopper by himself. That's a good Goku tier 1. Like, they're probably going to be okay, but, like, I don't want... Damn, I would almost say him by him. No, Zoro with him would be better. That's hard, though. W chat, you figured it out. Chopper Gokuing himself, definitely, yeah, he would definitely be Goku. This is the fucking... I don't know if Chopper with Zoro is better or not. Because he's looking after Zoro more than anything. He's definitely better. I don't think he'd be better, because him and Law are doctors. That makes me want to, like, move Law even up a little bit more, honestly. I don't think he's above... I don't know if he's above... No, I think so, because Law would be responsible. I guess I'll give him that. He's just tried to be too cool all the time. But Zoro would actually, yeah. The reason why Zoro can't be higher, you know how often it is in the story where something happens and it's like a stage hazard they get caught in? You know what I'm talking about? Like, some bullshit happens and Zoro gets caught in it because he's fucking stupid. Dogstorm being on Zoe and having his nurse girlfriend. Duke, Justin, thank you for the $2. Yeah, that's what Carrot represents, because like it's just Zoe. Like, that's why. Well, yeah, I think Carrot just represents Zoe, because it's like Chopper would have fun there. But just who gets custody of him? Just custody. Like, it's like he's not getting raised at all. So it kind of defeats the purpose. That's why I still think he should be over Carrot. But I like that. What do you guys think? I think that's a good... We fought like crazy. We fought like crazy for this to happen. But I think I like this. I think I like that. Let me see if I can... No, I'll wait to get the screenshot. Yeah. I'm always thinking about Zoro in that chimney. Alt name 7. Yes. And that's why he just can't. Yeah, Zoro gets defeated by stage hazards. That's what I'm saying. If Luffy has a kid of his own, he'll probably have mild development struggles. There will be nothing mild about the struggles that child faces. There'll be nothing mild about that. The absolute aura of sick tier. By God, they aren't going to teach your child shit, but good God, look at how clean they look. I cannot believe we did that completely organically. That's crazy. Shanks wasn't even about to be in here, but the absolute aura of the Sig tier is crazy. Which is perfect because I fully believe the only reason most people smoke cigarettes is to Aura Farm. Ever since Mad Men, you smoke a cigarette, you look cooler. Those three motherfuckers are for sure smoking cigarettes while the whole world burns down. Sig tier is so cool, dude. Yeah, I'm telling you, Sig tier is so cool, dude. So this is what we got. This is our definitive tier list of who should get custody of Chopper. At the very bottom, we have JD Legend. He should never have custody of Chopper, nor would he want custody of Chopper. But deadass, he just shouldn't have it. We wouldn't trust him with it. And next, we got Garp, okay? Not that much better. Chopper would live. I think he's got a better chance at making it out okay than he would being with Jay, but it's not going to be much better. He's not going to have that much fun. After that, we got Big News Morgan and Jimmy Scoops. Not a lot Jimmy can do. Jimmy doesn't have a lot of control over his own life, so he's kind of not in this equation at all. It's just Big News Morgan's, who doesn't give a fuck about Chopper. He would send him out to die just like he sends Jimmy out to die. They will get photographs and journalism, and Chopper just wants to be a doctor. Like, legitimately, that's just not, even if Chopper just has refuge on Big News Morgan's blimp, he would be safe for sure, but it's not that much of a parenting situation going on there. Then you got Foxy. Same situation. It's not as bad as Big Mom, or he's not really exploiting him, but he's dead ass just using Chopper for Davy back fights, and I just don't think they're going to get that. He's also not teaching Chopper anything, and Chopper's just going to hate it there. It would literally be a nightmare. For Chopper's sake, I can't put Foxy any higher. Then you have the absolute aura of the cigarette tier, the went out for a pack of cigs and never came back. These delinquent, deadbeat, low-down, dirty bastards, I swear they could do anything other than raise a child. By God, they could stop wars. They could defeat emperors. They could set the war for the One Piece in motion, but they will be damned if they look after your child for more than 4 seconds. Okay, there have been some exceptions, okay? But every exception where these deadbeats have raised somebody has been of a situation that's outside of their control, or a situation where they have had immense help. Like Dragon raised Sabo, but that was really the entire Revolutionary Army. You could even argue that Eva Chuan raised Sabo just as much or even more than Dragon did. Mihawk didn't raise anybody, but what good he did for Zoro and Perona was because they literally, Kuma forced them onto his island. If it was anywhere else, Mihawk would have got on his ridiculously small boat and sailed away, just like he is in that picture, just like that. He wouldn't look twice at all. He wouldn't give a damn. And Shanks, for God's sakes, that bastard left Uta. And I'll be honest, I love Film Red. That motherfucker could have said bye. That's all I'm going to say about it. There's really no defense for anything. That's why you at the bottom of this tier. Like, I understand, because we just watched that in my Discord like a couple months ago. I understand, okay? I get it. At the same time, motherfucker, say bye. I'm so tired of that trope where it's like a horrible misunderstanding leads a character to be evil, or at least terribly misled, and then they crash out. Uta is like the dark part of what could have been Usopp if Usopp, let it get to him. But it's also different because like Usopp never traveled with his father. So it could have been completely different if like that was a situation that happened. Shanks traveled with Uta. This is my daughter. I love her. And then he's just gone. Low down. I don't like that. You're supposed to be a good father, okay? I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That baby didn't deserve that. But moving out of the absolute aura of the cigarette tier, we got the crackhead crash out tier. Now, let me tell y'all something. Bartolomeo is a creep that pisses on flags and invades another emperor's country just so we can give out merchandise of another emperor. He don't care about the repercussions of that situation. So that's just a bad parent and a crash out for no goddamn reason. Okay? That's dangerous. But this motherfucker Luffy, Monkey D, crackhead, I would not trust anything that I cared about with Luffy. Literally nothing. And the story doesn't either, because everything that Luffy promises to protect almost gets destroyed. Everything. Some of them do get destroyed. But everything that he comes in the vicinity of it's getting fucked up at least a little bit. It's at the very least being put in immense danger. Sometimes it's his fault, sometimes it isn't. It's just a bad track record to have for a fucking babysitter. That's all I'm saying. Like, this maniac should not be anywhere near your children. He beats children up. He calls it Luffy's daycare dojo. He went to Punk Hazard. Everybody was trying to figure out how to fix those crazy crackhead kids. He was beating those kids the fuck up. He didn't care. He didn't give a fuck. He doesn't care. Never let this maniac watch your kids. It's not because he's evil. It's actually because it's worse. He just does not care. Moving up to the Goku tier. Now, this tier is for people that, they will do much better than everybody else down here, okay? Much better, except for maybe this tier, the Aura Farmers, but they're not in the life anyway, so it's like that cancels out. I think by being present, that's still better than those losers. So everybody here, but you're still going to have some worries, okay? That's why they're in the Goku tier. Goku was a good dad. He just died a lot and threw Cell a sensu bean. Those are some really big problems to have for a father, okay? He wanted to be there, though, and when he was there, he made it count, and his child loved him. So I think if Chopper went with any of these people, he would definitely end up loving them. But starting off the bottom with Kinemon's legs, yeah, it's Kinemon. I don't know which way. Even if it is just his legs, that's just like, he's not gonna have fun, and they're not gonna. I'm just gonna worry too much about Kinemon being a parent, and I just don't think it's gonna be that great. And he wasn't really, like we were saying earlier, he wasn't even that good of a parent to Momo. I forgot who said it, but I think it was Sakazuki in the chat. He let Momo get so lost that he came back a whole dragon. That's inexcusable. If I let you babysit my kid and you bring him back to me and he's a fucking dragon, on God, you got to meet me outside. I don't care how cool it is. My child is a dragon. That's messed up. Okay? Tashigi is a cop. She deadass might try to arrest Chopper. That is very concerning. The chat, because that's the thing, we really don't know. Tashigi is good with kids, but Chopper is a pirate, okay? And no one else besides the Straw Hats see him as, probably other people in the world do see him as a child and like he needs to be protected. And I think Tashigi's motherly instinct would kick in to a degree and she wouldn't have the heart to really arrest her. But they be on that bullshit too much, man. Every Marine be on that bullshit. Every time Smoker Tashigi see the Straw Hats, it's like, okay, time to arrest them. And it's like, you better do something about them slave workers that you work for, but they never do. So, hey, that's there. The next is Carrot. Listen, Carrot is Chopper's younger sister. So that just says everything you need to know. Chopper and Carrot running around, even if they're on Zoe, we would literally be watching the Rugrats. I've said that so many times on the stream. I just want you, and I love the Rugrats. Tommy and Chucky running around, that's not, no one is learning anything. No one's being raised. They're just getting into shit, okay? And then that's why the next person is Chopper by himself. Horrible. I shudder to think about the possibilities. However, technically, he'd be fine. I think he'd even be more fine if he didn't have to worry about Carrot, and he'd be more fine if he didn't have to be worrying about being arrested, and he'd be more fine by himself than he would be fine with just Kinemon's leg. So I do think he deserves to be literally right here, but I think everybody else being with him is a better alternative. Starting off with Zoro, okay? Zoro is an anomaly on this list because, as we've brought up countless times, he would be a good parent to Chopper. He's constantly in positions where he can prove that he would be a good parent in general. And he cares about Chopper and making sure that Chopper gets the lessons that he needs to grow up to be a strong man and a good person, and just like all of the things that Zoro would want to instill into his actual child. Like, he cares that much and it would be good. The problem is he's fucking stupid. Okay? Like we brought up earlier, he got stuck inside that chimney in Water 7. Okay? Zoro is constantly defeated by stage hazards. Those two alone, it's just not good, man. That's not a recipe for success. That's a recipe for them getting into some nonsense, and Chopper's going to have to figure out a way to get them out of it, or if Zoro does get them out of it, he's getting them out of that situation at the last possible second. Because again, he is dumb. He's just not smart enough to be any higher on this list. And I love Zoro. I'm just saying, let's be for real. Like, you have to have a level of competency to be a parent, and he just doesn't. He literally does not. He just doesn't. Okay, he just doesn't. That being said, he really wants to be there, and I think that he could be higher if he just was a smarter person. Unfortunately, he's not. Moving on from Zoro is Law. Okay, Law is he could raise Chopper. He's just worried about being seen as cool a little bit too much for me. And when it really counts, Law will be there. Absolutely. I just don't know that he takes himself too seriously to really be a fun parent. So it's like he would be distracted in whatever thing. And then everything that he even wants to do, I kind of feel like he's unserious about. Like, I don't think anybody believed him when he was like, yeah, and I'm going to find the One Piece before you, Mugiwara. I don't think anyone believed him. I don't even think he did. I think he was just like, truthfully, I just wanted to be Doflamingo, and I didn't think we'd get this far, so I guess I'll chase the One Piece. I don't know how far I'll get. And he didn't get that far. He got mopped up by Blackbeard immediately. I'm not taking anything away from Law. The fact that he even boxed with Blackbeard for that long is impressive. I'm just saying, I don't think his passion was ever in that to begin with. I don't know what his real passion was. I think his real passion was just getting rid of Doflamingo. Now that he's done that, I think he's just kind of an emo dude that doesn't know what to do with his emotions anymore. And that's a dangerous thing to just have a child be a part of. So I don't know. Law wants to, I like that. Doc Azrael, Law wants to be in Sig Tier so bad, but he's not. Yeah, he wants to be there. He wants people to know that he's there, but that's not him. And I just don't like when people are fake, like they care more than they want to, like they're just tsundere. Like that's all. They're tsundere or tsundere, however you pronounce that. He played too much. That's not how you're not supposed to be tsundere to a child that you're supposed to be raising. Hell no. Tell that kid you love him. What are you acting too cool for? Law is literally Robert Pattinson's Batman. Like, he's trying to be... The only difference between him and Robert Pattinson's Batman is Robert Pattinson isn't trying to act cool ever. Law is constantly trying to act cool, and he's just an emo dude. He looks clean, but he's just an emo, awkward dude who probably collects Germa 66 action figures, and he doesn't want anybody to know about it. Okay, I just would trust literally anybody else. The next person we have is Melody. Now, I think she would absolutely raise Chopper, and she would think that Chopper is cute. I also think that she would 100% just use Chopper as bait to get to Sanji. Like, I really think she would just put Chopper at the end of a fishing rod and dangle him outside of her window and hope that Sanji would show up one day. And when he did, I don't think she would throw Chopper to the wolves. I do think the second she got Sanji, she would stop raising Chopper, for sure. I genuinely think that. So she'd be a good parent. However, she would be too distracted with trying to capture Sanji and keep him in her basement. I just think that would 100% be her. I think that's 100% going to be what she would want at the end of the day, and that's got to get in the way of her parenting at least a little bit. Okay, and then we got Nami. Okay. Kind of the same situation. She would 100% be there. Okay, she would be a good parent. The thing that she would want to do more, though, is rob people. Okay? And she would use Chopper in her schemes. I believe she would, do her absolute best to look after Chopper. I don't think she would leave Chopper anywhere. I just think that Nami would get in over her head with, some big heist that she, would be in. But, I just think that if anything goes wrong, I don't know how equipped. Nami would basically try to con somebody else into getting them out of it. And it's not that wouldn't work. Again, I think she's pretty high on this tier. I would just there's just so many things that could go wrong with Nami. That's my point. And it's because she has to steal and do the most selfish thing ever. And I love her as a character. I just think that she would get them in trouble a lot. And she'd get them out of trouble a lot. But I just think as a parent, I would be like, can you not get my son in so much trouble? Please. Okay, I love you to death. But please, can we maybe not risk our child's life every time you go to the mall? Okay, then we got Rayleigh and Shaggy. Okay, they're at the top of the Goku tier because, I think if it's both of them, in a way, having two parents with you, that's kind of cheating. But I'll allow it because of how unlikely this situation is to happen. But if it did happen, let's see. I think they'd be good. I think Rayleigh would just be depressed at the bar for most of Chopper's childhood, but Shaggy would be there, and they would just be very mid. They would be the top because there would be very little that I would worry about. Like, Chopper's not going to be in any danger. The only thing that would happen to Chopper maybe is that he gets lost. But even if he ends up in that bizarre slave trade that's on Sabaody, Rayleigh frequently ends up in that bizarre slave trade that's on Sabaody. So, like, he would just be there and drunk and be like, oh, Chopper, hey, what are you doing here? Well, all right, let's go home. And they would just go home. Like, he's genuinely in no danger. There's still some concerns because, again, on Sabaody, there is a slave ring that's happening there. So I'd be concerned. This is still the Goku tier. But all in all, I don't think anything would happen to him, to be completely honest. I think they're at the head of this tier for that reason. And then we're moving on to the Piccolo tier. Okay, the Piccolo tier is the dads that stepped up. The dads that ultimately, in this situation, should be the most equipped to take care of Chopper as soon as the story's over. Now, we got Kinemon at the very bottom. Frankly, I don't agree with that, but I wanted this picture for the meme. Frankly, I think Kinemon's kind of a crash out, but let's assume that he would raise Chopper like he raised Momo, okay? He is at the bottom of this because he didn't do that good of a job raising Momo. He raised him so bad by the end of it. Well, or you could argue that he raised him so bad by the end of it that he was a 20-year-old man at the end of them working together to save Wano. Or you could argue that he did such a good job raising Momo that he was a 20-year-old dude by the time they were done saving Wano. It could go either way. He was really dedicated to saving Momo, and he did give Momo the ideas, principles, and lessons that he needed to lead Wano. That is something. I do think in this specific situation, I just wanted this meme, so I'm going to go on talking about the characters I believe should be in this tier. And the next one is Ivankov, okay? Ivankov, 100%, this whole tier is just specific worries, okay? Like one very specific scenario that could worry me whenever I give my child off to be babysat by this person, right? Ivankov raising Chopper, I think that would go off largely without a hitch, to be honest. The one thing that might get in the way, maybe Ivankov just wants to party. Because Ivankov loves doing that. Maybe Ivankov just wants to go do karaoke. And, I do think that would never get in the way of parenting Chopper, but I think that the desire is there. That's why Ivankov is here. But I do think that's the only worry that I would have. Like, I would worry, like, all right, Ivankov is raising Chopper. Like, the worst that's probably happening is that Chopper's probably learning what Jello shots are, like, currently. Chopper's not taking Jello shots, but he is probably right now learning what a Jello shot is because of Ivankov. That's the worst. That's the most I would worry. Okay, then there's Brook. Okay. I think Brook would absolutely step up and raise Chopper. The one thing I would worry about from him is, he's a burping and farting skeleton. So all of the problems that come from a burping and farting skeleton, you can just name any of them. That's why I would worry, okay, about this skeleton raising my Chopper. Okay, Vivi, my one and only worry is that Alabasta is the very... it's the only thing on her heart. Not the only thing, but it's like what she cares about most, okay? And that's why she might do something or make some decision that at least distracts her from her parenting enough for something bad to happen. That's it, but that's so specific, and frankly, I think she could get out of that scenario. She could think her way out of any situation like that. After Vivi, we have Bon Clay, best boy Bon Clay. Okay. And I think that the only thing I would worry about Bon Clay is that he would rush to get arrested for Chopper. That's the only thing I could think of, because Bon Clay loves to get arrested for his friends. It's his thing. He loves it. He loves to be like, don't arrest him, arrest me, because that's my friend. And I 100% think that's happening within the first, week of him being with Chopper. I just think hopefully Chopper would, get him out of it, or they'd stop it before we do a whole... we have to do a whole other Impel Down with Bon Clay, but I 100% think he's looking for a way to sacrifice himself immediately. Okay. Next is Dodon. I think Dodon is a great example. Not too many worries about Dodon. The only worry is that she's literally just a mountain bandit. And I don't think she's equipped to raise. She wasn't equipped to raise any of the children that she did raise. The fact that she did that good of a job is a testament to how well of a mother, a parent figure that she is, okay? That's why she's this high up. But realistically, it's like, she's just a mountain bandit, all right? There's probably not a lot that she could do. I don't think that's really a problem, but that's only an issue if, like, some problem bigger than mountain bandits show up. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I'm not worrying. Dodon did a great job. Zeph is next on the list, and Zeph did a great job raising Sanji. The only worry from that is that he engaged in tough love. So Chopper's probably getting his ass beat constantly on that boat, in that restaurant. Chopper's probably getting his ass beat constantly on the Baratier. That is probably what's happening. That's my only worry, but it's like he's going to turn out just fine. But yeah, he's going to get his ass beat. Next, we got Marco. I think Marco is above or at least is above Zeph because he would not give Chopper tough love. And the only real worry I would have maybe is that Marco tends to spread himself quite thin. Like he was raising Whitebeard's village and he still took time off to go help Luffy save Wano. That's very specific. So like, but if something else like that happens, maybe Chopper would be drug into it or Marco would have to leave to go do that. Very specific. I don't take any of that away from Marco. Actually, I just have to factor that in. And he doesn't really know Chopper. But at the same time, I don't know how much he knew Whitebeard's village. And he still looked after them. He's raising a whole village. I think he would be perfect for the person to do it. The only person better than him in the Piccolo tier is going to be Usopp, who already gets along really well with Chopper. They get into hijinks all the time. They're part of the weakling trio. And like someone pointed out before, if they go back with Usopp and Usopp is with Kaya and Kaya is also training to be a doctor, we might legitimately have cracked the end of... Like, if One Piece ends in a really happy way and Chopper goes off with Usopp, that would make a lot of sense because Kaya is also training to be a doctor and they literally could have their own adventures. I would actually genuinely love to see that happen. And Usopp is just really good with Chopper. He taught Chopper a really good lesson in Alabasta. He teaches Chopper, or he helps Chopper not feel like he is a burden at all. I remember in Skypiea when Chopper couldn't defend the Mary, and Usopp, the person who was working so tirelessly to fix the Mary, didn't get mad, didn't overreact, didn't say anything other than, it's all right, Chopper, you did your best. I'm just glad you're okay. That's the most important thing, okay? He would just be so good, and for me, that places him in the top of the Piccolo tier. And next, we have the episode 7 of Don to Don tier. These are the best parents ever, and the parents that if something bad were to happen, if something tragic were to happen, they would go full on demon mode. They would go full on. They would have a tragic backstory to explain how they sacrificed themselves for their child or how they murdered people for their child. But that's only if the most tragic thing outside of their control happens. Like they basically would go John Wick and become an Avenger, but only if the worst possible thing outside of their control would happen. In a perfect world, this absolute unit of parenting that is this top of the tier, everything is going right in a perfect world. And in most situations, even that go terrible, this unit of parenting is still going to power through it. Like it's literally just if the author wants to hoe these people, that's how they're going down. The first we have Kureha, which is just an honorary mention, honestly. Though I don't think it's a bad idea for Chopper to return or Chopper to return to Kureha. I just think, it's cheating. Like, that's his actual mom. So, like, of course, that's a good one. But then we got Kuma, which is a great dad, but he is just kind of a brain-dead robot right now. I don't feel like we can place him any higher, but if he wasn't a brain-dead robot and it would be Kuma, Bonnie, and Chopper, that'd be cute. That'd be cute. And it would be super tight to see. Just being honest. Next, we've got Ripley and Gabon. Now, first off, on Elbaf, Elbaf isn't safe right now. But once this is over, Elbaf is probably, depending on how it goes, the way Elbaf has always been pitched is like it's one of the safest places ever. And it would be even more safe with Gabon and Ripley raising Chopper. Are you joking? And also, the Owl Library is on Elbaf. Saul is there. Chopper's already hit it off with them. I could imagine Robin would be there, but we'll get to Robin when we get to her. But like, I just think that they're just an absolute unit of parenting, these two. It's almost cheating having them together. But you kind of have to, as an option, I like putting them together because it's like Gabon isn't solely raising Chopper. And I don't think Ripley would solely raise Chopper, but Ripley, Gabon, and Colin? Oh, that's a household. Okay, that's the nuclear family right there. Okay, are you joking? That's peak right there. Next, we got Frankie, who, admittedly, we don't have that many dad moments from Frankie, or at least not more dad moments than the next person on the list, but he absolutely would be there for Chopper. He would be there for Chopper, and I have no doubt about that. It's literally just the nipple lasers, but that's not even a concern. It's not like, you know, he doesn't know how to control the nipple lasers. I'm just saying, you know, maybe this is my bias. I don't trust machines and AIs, or, you know, AI is getting out of control. But Frankie having nipple lasers, being part robot, I don't know. I just think I would rather somebody else, maybe. But still, he's still really high. I'm not talking shit at all. He's really high on this list, okay? He beat a lot of people to be up here. I just think when it gets to the next three people, it's just no contest. The next person is Sanji. Already, Sanji is Chopper's mom, okay? If Zoro is Chopper's dad, Sanji co-parents as Chopper's mom. They have so many moments together, like we said earlier, the Water 7 moment where he's like, okay, fine, we can go warn Usopp about the storm, but don't tell your dad. Just love it. With that moment in the Ice Hunters arc where he's like laughing, or not laughing, he's smiling at Chopper, spinning in his chair when he gets his new room on the Sunny. Like, Sanji is just genuinely cares so much, and he's willing to sacrifice himself for anything, okay? The reason the fact that he's so ready to sacrifice himself is why I put him below Jinbei, who has all of the caring characteristics, but there's this stoic, like there's this calmness that lets you know that like, hey, like, you know, we're going to be fine. And also, I believe Jinbei really would just like live a low key life just to raise somebody. I think Jinbei is perfectly willing to throw it all away to just raise a child and be there for that child. And he would do it, and he's not as self-sacrificing, and he also doesn't hate himself like Sanji does. Sanji hates himself, so he's more willing to just kill himself. Like, if Sanji and Chopper ran into a situation, and Sanji couldn't think his way out of it, he would be like, well, I guess it's time for me to sacrifice myself for Chopper. And he wouldn't think twice about it. He just wouldn't. And that's why I got to put Jinbei over him. But you know who doesn't, or you know who Jinbei isn't beating? Jinbei beat Sanji, but Jinbei is not beating Robin, okay? That is just... Robin would fight everybody else in this tier for Chopper, and she would win. She would win that gauntlet. She would beat the bones out of Kureha. She would beat up Kuma's robot ass, and she would fight both Gabon and Ripley, okay? And just... I think that would be when she gets Conqueror's Haki, because that was when she would just be like, all right, y'all, cool, like, chill, all right? I'm taking the reindeer. And they would just back off. She wouldn't have to fight Frankie. She would just grab his balls and twist him again until he shut the fuck up. She wouldn't have to fight Sanji, because Sanji would just be like, yes, Robin Chwan. And Jinbei deadass would be so afraid of her, he wouldn't say anything either. So this whole tier list was actually a waste of all of our time. I'm sorry, because at the end of the day, there was never any doubt that Robin was getting Chopper, because she would literally murder anyone who said otherwise. And that's the tier list, everybody. That is the tier list. All right, let me read these super chats before we get out of here. I think I missed two. I'm going to read Habusa Monkey with another $2 donation for forcing Mihawk's hand, raise Kuma over Gabon. No, they got it, because at least it's possible. You forgot Moira? I didn't forget him. I don't want him on here. Yeah, I mean, he is still alive, isn't he? So we could have put him on here. But yeah. There we go. This has been going for 4 hours. Wow. Yeah, I got to get it. It's midnight where I am. Gee. Do you know when next Kashi's Hilarious episode is going to drop? I'm working on going through the episodes for that to write it now. The next real hilarious videos will be Naruto and Bleach, though. So the next, like, main videos on the channel will be it'll probably. I think it'll probably be Kakashi is Hilarious. I think it should be Kakashi is Hilarious. The only thing it might not be, the only thing that would come before that is probably Bleach, because I missed both of those. I want to get back to it. But those two are next. So if you like Bleach and Naruto videos, those would be next. And then when we get back to One Piece, we're going to be redoing the arcs that I already did. We're still going to be going in order. So the next one is Thriller Bark. We're going to be redoing those. Because I did Thriller Bark. For one, it's just an old video. For two, now that we know who Kuma is, everybody tells me that the video aged like milk, and it's like fair. I mean, fair. But also, I was also writing that from the perspective of someone who hasn't seen past Thriller Bark, but just my excuse for why, you know. But yeah, you know, other than that, we'll do, now that I know, or hopefully, you know, whatever bullshit was going on with Twitch, hopefully that's resolved now. It was just like a weird thing going on with my internet at the time or whatever. But we're going to be streaming. The next time we're going to be streaming again for sure is going to be Monday. We're going to do the first Mugi Monday after my hard drive exploded and I got a new one and shit like that. And the first Mugi Monday, we're going to be... So I want to do two things. Because depending on what because I think, isn't there a chapter coming out? Maybe we'll talk about the chapter, or I want to start playing Birth by Sleep, because we got to get Kingdom Hearts 3 is Hilarious out soon. So we got to get through like Birth by Sleep. I got to play Dream Drop Distance. We got to play 2.8. It's a lot of Kingdom Hearts shit we got to do. So just look out for the announcement on that. For sure, though, the next time I will be live is this upcoming Monday. So I'll make a post about that. Whether I play Birth by Sleep or not, we will for sure be streaming Monday. If the chapter is crazy, we'll talk about the chapter, because that's Monday, so everybody. So I want to say definitely on YouTube, we'll definitely be doing. Maybe we'll stream twice that day. But for sure, if we don't play Birth by Sleep on Monday, we're definitely going to be streaming Monday, and then we'll be playing Birth by Sleep in the week. So Birth by Sleep is coming up this week. But for sure, I'm going to try. The only thing that I'm iffy about, as usual, I think Kingdom Hearts is always going to be weird on YouTube, so you probably have to just specifically go over to Twitch. Hopefully, that's not going to be an issue. Otherwise, like always, the VODs will be ready. But yeah, I just want to say thank you guys for kicking it with me for this fucking stream. 4 hours of us trying to figure out who's the best parent for Chopper. Thank you so much. I miss streaming so much. Thank you guys for just hanging out with me, having a good time. I had a great time. Thank you for indulging me and just letting me yap. Talk your ears off. But yeah, let me know what you think of the tier list. This screenshot is funny as fuck, dude. I cannot wait to take a screenshot of this. My God, this is funny. But we did this. This is what you guys did. But yeah, love you guys. I will see you guys on Monday. Yeah, love you. Take it easy. Love each other. Watch some good movies. And